The mic. Speaking it.
Testing.
1, 2, 3.
That.
Turn it off.
Test.
All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners for Thursday, August 27, 2026 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Roll call. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Pacheco.
Here.
Lopez.
Here.
Stites.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum.
Here.
Kump.
Here.
Howard.
Present.
Watson.
Here. At this time, the invocation is being given by Chaplain Annie Erickson, the Police Department, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, we thank you for gathering us here today and for the privilege of serving our community. Grant our mayor, commissioners, and staff wisdom, discernment, and a spirit of collaboration as they discuss the matters before them. Fill this room with mutual respect, patience, and unity of purpose. We thank you, too, for those in our community who are working tirelessly on storm relief efforts. May our community grow closer together through resilience and helping one another. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chaplain Annie. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
There are no revisions for tonight's agenda.
It's already on the agenda. You added it? Okay, thank you. We will now proceed with the items on the planning and zoning portion of the agenda. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor, CEO Crystal E. Watson, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Andrew Kump, at-large District 2, Commissioner Jermaine Howard, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Carlos Pacheco, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. One, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with the statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commissions altogether on one vote. I will read the list of agendas item on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is the time for commissioners to request items to be set aside. This is also the time for members of the public to come to the microphone and provide one item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide one agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. Only the individual requesting the matter be set aside will be allowed to speak on the item. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the audience of all stakeholders this evening and acknowledge the significance of the petitions being present. Petitioners will be allotted a maximum of 15 minutes for presentation. The requester for a set-aside will have 3 minutes to state their position. We ask that all parties permit to give comment do so in a thorough but concise manner. We ask that anyone with a cell phone please turn them off or switch them to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications. 7.1.a COZ 2026-015, Gabriel Pardo Perez with Pardo's Construction LLP. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District for keeping of livestock and farming at 8811 Leavenworth Road. Recommended for approval by the vote of 6-0. Special use permit applications. 7.2.a SP 2026-029 Tara Beloff with Beloff Homes LLC. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2651 Minnesota Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.b SP 2026-4 041, Jessica Wilkes with Reliable Rentals LLC. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 3131 South 47th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.c, SP 2026-052, Nushin and Simeon Bowman. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4448 Rainbow Boulevard. Recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.d, SP 2026-053, Angelo Goro with N and Z Family Friends LLC. A recommendation or ordinance for a special use permit for a auto glass repair business at 2810 South 44th Street, Suite B, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.e, SP 2026-058, Aaron Woodson, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 7917 Turomi Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.f, SP 2026-059, Tristan Perkins, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 1945 West Lawrence Court, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. 7.2.g, SP 2026-060, Charla Ford with Moments with Craw LLC, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 3237 Kimball Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. Miscellaneous, 7.3.a, Downtown Kansas City, Kansas Self-Supporting Municipal Improvement District. A finding that the Downtown Kansas City, Kansas Self-Supporting Municipal Improvement District is consistent with the comprehensive plan for the development of the city. This finding is a prerequisite to the renewal of the Schmid by ordinance, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-0. Minutes, 7.4.a, minutes from the Planning and Zoning Board of Commissioners meeting on July 30th, 2026. At this time, the mayor and Commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. Does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any items on the agenda?
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I heard from proponents of 7.3A, the downtown self-supporting municipal improvement district.
Are there any others? Commissioner Davis.
I've heard from proponents and opponents of the same item, 7.3.A, the downtown Kansas City, Kansas self-supporting municipal improvement district.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard from proponents for the same item, 7.3.A.
Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. I have heard from proponents and opponents of the same item, 7.3A.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, same 7.3A proponents.
Commissioner Burns.
I have heard from proponents of 7.3A.
Thank you. All right, this takes us to, Commissioner Howard.
I've also heard from 7.3A.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I heard also for 7.3.8.
Thank you. All right, this takes us to the consent agenda. Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. Has anyone contacted the clerk's office and asked for an item to be set aside?
We have not received any contact.
Okay. I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside one item. I'll ask the clerk, is anyone joining virtually? Have their hand raised to set aside an item?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion for approval of the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Stites motion to approve is submitted.
Bynum, second.
All right, it's been moved by Stites and second by Bynum. Roll call, please.
Roll call: Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Kump,
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next is our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. We have one item on this portion of the agenda. The first item on the non-consent agenda is change of zone application, item number 8.1.a. Clerk, please read the item.
Item 8.1.A, SP 2026-035, John Bagley. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 1710 North 90th Street. Recommended for denial by a vote of 4-2.
Okay, the item was previously heard by the Board of Commissioners on June 24th, 2026, and July 30th, 2024. I will ask our Chief Legal Counsel to present the options available to the commissioners this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Angela Lawson, Chief Counsel. The commission has three avenues at this point, and any motion it made would only take 6 votes to approve. And that would be, the commission could uphold the denial. They could approve the permit application, or they could take no action and leave it in limbo.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Are they here? They are not. Are there any members of the commission who have any questions or comments? He is here?
Mayor, the applicant is online.
Oh, great. Please state your name and begin your presentation.
Yes, hello. My name is John Badgley, and we're applying for a short-term rental permit here at 1710 North 90th Street. Yeah, it's a straightforward application to be a short-term rental property. Like I said, we did it this summer under the World Cup permit and had no issues. And yeah, it was voted to be sent back, it looks like. I never received any correspondence from anyone about what was being requested or what to do or what the next steps were. And then as I was in transit over the weekend on the 7th to come to Thailand, where my family is right now, the meeting invitation went out and I did not know about any meeting on August 10th. So I was not able to make that. Doesn't seem like there's any special things that are being requested. It looks like I watched the YouTube and it looked like they're talking about a fence. So happy to talk about that if that's what we need to talk about. As a reminder, we do have a fence on the property around the pool. And our guests are required to stay in it, but this is a short-term rental project for up to 9 people to inhabit the house. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are you done?
I am. I wanted to make sure my co-owner of the property is on here, Philip Loudon. I invited him to the meeting today. I'd like him to be able to talk as well on our behalf.
Sure. Is he on?
He is. You are, please unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, amazing. Hi.
Hi, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, of course. This is I'm kind of just popping in to further answer any questions around the short-term rental. So this is a property we've lived in and owned for a while. We're also real estate investors. And overall, like we love this property. It's like a really beautiful property in Wyandotte County, 5 acres of land. It was the guy that sold it to us on seller financing, like really wanted it to stay in the family with his legacy. And it's just a really great property. And we have a fence around the pool. And so we're really willing to do anything that you guys desire us to do for this to be approved. So I wanted to kind of take anything else that would be required, just so that we can take that into consideration. But we're happy to be extremely cooperative with the city so that we can have it approved as a short-term rental because, like, one, it's a really amazing property. We love this property, and it went really well during the World Cup. And so, we don't see any reason that it wouldn't be approved. So I want to kind of just see what we can do to make sure that the city is happy so that we can keep this as an Airbnb and keep it as a great spot for the city. And once again, it's on like 5 acres of land in Wyandotte County. It's a really pristine location and property.
All right, thank you. All right, do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments? Nope. Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. We've heard about this case multiple times. I'll continue to make the point. I'd like to ask, have we had any complaints on this property from last meeting up until today? Anything that would kind of red flag this property on our end usually, or any complaints to law enforcement?
Good evening, everyone. OCD's News Planning. No, not at this current moment.
Yeah, so I'll just say that I continue to support this person. I think we've talked about in the past things that have occurred at the property, but it doesn't seem like that's been the case, as this person has been renting it out as an Airbnb, especially through the World Cup period, and has not caused any issues with law enforcement. To the best of our knowledge, he's not doing any further parties or anything personally like what had been done before, which was his right to do. And when police were called or whatever to the area, that's a different story for a different time. That's not what he's continued to do on the property this year or since he's been applying for special use permit. So I will just, I won't make any motion yet. If anybody else has any other questions, but I continue to support people who are trying to do business in Wyandotte County, and I don't have any reason to think this person won't be doing that in a legal way moving forward.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for item 8.1.a, change of zone application, COZ 2026-035, John Bagley. Well, Commissioner Macheco,
Thank you, Mayor. Pacheco, motion to approve.
can I get a second? I'll second. Oh, I got a question? Come.
Thank you. Come to at large. Is that a motion to approve the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Committee?
Yeah, that's what it says, change of zone application. That's what it says on here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
I was asking whether that motion to approve was to approve what the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended, which was denial.
Is that just clarifying, then my motion is to approve, which I want to do the opposite, which was recommended.
Okay,
Went to
okay,
approve.
thank you.
That's what I
I'd
said,
like to approve it.
motion to approve.
Motion to override what had been recommended previously by a vote of 4-2 and to recommend that we do it.
I second. Yeah. I second. So roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns,
No.
Ramirez,
No.
Hill. Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites,
No.
Davis,
No.
Bynum,
No.
Kump,
No,
Howard.
Aye.
The vote is 2-8. The motion fails.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just a question. Is the next request to appeal this? Do we get any feedback as to like why the answers are no? Or what we can do to change those answers to be a yes?
So the staff can get with you, Mr. Bagley, and they can go over that with you.
So the staff did not get with me and there is nothing clear about what we need to amend. They had approved it originally and we followed every step that they said to follow. I'm not sure what you guys need different about this property. Do you have any suggestions?
The staff will be able to provide any explanations as to why the commission board denied.
They said
Okay.
it was simply because I did not attend the meeting.
That's what they said?
Yes. I'm here now and I'm able to answer questions about the concerns is what they said to do, to show up to here to answer questions about any concerns that people have.
Legal, can you help with this?
I'm not sure what he was told in that process, but I would point out that the commission did not approve the permit, but they have not denied it yet either. It's so that you would need, we're still in the process and need a motion if the commission wished to deny it. And I believe there might be more information from staff.
I've not been able to get information from staff these last 3 months because they have said that they're in favor of it as it stands and we've hit every requirement needed. They simply motioned for denial because I was not at the meeting, because I was not aware of it. And it happened while I was in international transit.
That would not be staff. That would be the Board of Planning and Zoning that made the.
Yeah, whatever the prior step was before this, it had been approved up until 2 weeks ago. And it was simply not approved for them on their side because I wasn't there, is what Byron Toy is saying, that I could come to this meeting to answer what those questions are, because they're not aware of anything that I have not been able to hit so far.
Staff, do you want to explain?
Yeah, so cities and youth planning. So During the process, we start with the pre-application meeting, and I do inform the applicant that staff will be providing a recommendation. It is very clear that this is a recommendation. Then from that point on, it goes to City Planning Commission, which it did twice. The last time it got recommended by denial, I'm sorry, because of the incompatibility with the neighborhood based on the issues that the property had. And in addition to that, the applicant didn't show up. The applicant is stating that it was never informed to them that they had to attend the meeting, but it was informed to them during the Board of Commissioners that took place on July 30th. In addition to that, Ms. Rose Morris does follow up with an email inviting them to the meeting. So they were notified, and Planning Commission did recommend denial.
So we're still denying from something that happened 4 or 5 years ago? Is that what we're talking about? Which also was never called to the police. It came forth when a neighbor said that 4 or 5 years ago, someone came on his property from my house when I was a primary resident there having my own event. Now we're talking about an Airbnb with 9 people. I'm not sure what else we can do to appease that. And last meeting after it ended, I tried to clarify what is the next step, and she said that city planning would reach out to me. I never got reached out to. I was part of a mass email about a new meeting coming up. Obviously, I didn't pay attention to that because I was in transit. It was with 3 days' notice over a weekend. I was waiting for an individualized response and a plan to figure out what it takes to make this work.
Yeah, I guess this is Philip. I guess I'm also curious about what the next step can be, right? It sounds like there's some communication confusion, and I'm also going to be like the one managing this, and I wasn't involved in the previous showings. So I'm just curious. Like, it sounds like we're still in limbo. So I'm curious, like, what it has neither been fully approved nor denied, if I'm understanding this correctly. So I'm curious what the next steps are and what we can do to get this approved moving forwards. Because it sounds like it sounds like we're still in limbo, if I'm understanding this correctly.
So I'm gonna probably just try to help you with this. The commission board is not in limbo.
Okay.
This commission board has denied each time it's come before this commission board. I can't speak for the Planning and Zoning Commission that you went through. I think the first time they did approve, but then the second time they denied. This second time it's come back, or this third time, is this the third time? Planning and Zoning Commission Board denied. And that was a vote of 4-2. And now it has come before the full commission, and it is a denial 8-2.
Okay, so we're getting progressively worse.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't know what we can do to improve that. There's not
Yeah.
been a discussion about it.
No, it appears that this full commission board and now the Planning and Zoning Commission disapprove of this project.
Okay.
Special use permit.
Okay. So then moving forwards, is there anything we can do to further get in good graces with the commission board? You guys have any requests from us?
At this point, no.
Okay. Okay. So the next steps are, it's a no, or next steps is we can come back and try again.
That is up to the board. Someone will need to make the next motion if they wish to deny the permit.
Yeah. And once again, I want to like further highlight that like we're committed to making this a good property in Wyandotte County that is performing well. Like in the past, we rented out our pool, right? When we rented out our pool, there were people that threw parties at our house. We also have personal things happening there as well. It is now at the point where like we want this to be a performing asset that we are treating very well. I've been doing real estate for a handful of years. I have a lot of experience in doing real estate. And I'm very, very committed to having this be a property that performs well in a good part of Wyandotte County. And so we're open to doing whatever is requested. So Yeah,
Hold
very,
on a
very
second.
open.
We have a question from one of our commissioners, Commissioner Bynum.
Yes.
Thank you. Legal, I'm looking for a little bit more information from you in terms of if this board votes to deny, which I'm under the impression only needs 6 votes,
Correct.
what then is available to the applicant?
He has two options. He may either appeal that denial to district court or he can reapply again.
Is there a time frame he has to wait to reapply?
There is not.
Okay.
That's not for this permit. He would not need to. That's for change of zones.
So if we were to vote to deny this evening, that gives him the opening to reapply.
Correct. He can either appeal to district court or reapply.
And if we take no further action, what then?
That's a grayer area because at some point that's a constructive denial. It's opens up his options if you make the decision this evening. But he would have the right, if the board is not going to entertain any further motions, he would have the same options to appeal in district court because the board did not take an action and the board is supposed to take an action, or he can reapply. So he'd be in the same spot.
Thank you. Sir, either of the representatives, I think I brought this up last time and I'm needing clarification. You're applying for a non-owner occupied short-term rental. But I thought I heard Mr. Bagley speak to his residence, this being his residence. Is that correct or no?
Yeah, so this
It
is,
is. Go ahead, Phil.
I mean, you can answer that, Tanner.
I have moved out of the property. I moved out when we began it to be an Airbnb. I don't intend on living in it anytime soon. I am having my child in the next 2 weeks in Thailand. I am here to support that process with my wife. When we come back, we will be staying with my parents. It's either going to be in Lee Summit or Shawnee. My mom is co-managing this with me. Philip is a co-owner and also helping manage. We have multiple cleaners. My brother lives 15 minutes from the property, and my father lives 15 minutes from the property. My
Thank you.
father is the maintenance and project construction sort of person as well on this. So it's a family business.
Yeah.
We would
and-
love to be told what we can do to make this successful and safe for you. I believe we've proven it through 25 bookings and years of living in the property and never having a call to the police. But I'm open. I just need to hear what you guys need to see differently so we can get approved. This is our family's home. This is our mortgage that needs covered. It's non-owner occupied.
And I think part of the reason I'm asking the question is because, and I think I tried to approach this last time, when we look at Dharma Project KC on Facebook and possibly other social media,
Mhm.
I see what feels to me more like an event space.
Yeah, and I can share with you guys about what this is just our house branding. Like, so when we live there, I would host men's circles where men go and they get to connect with each other. We would host different types of gatherings. We would have gatherings where we brought together entrepreneurs and artists. If you talk to people like locally, they know about the house because they would come together to meet with other like-minded people. So that was like the vision and ethos of the property when we lived there. It was a gathering place. People who are entrepreneurs in Kansas City, they know about our house because there's no other place like it in Kansas City where people got to come together and connect. People met their life partners there. They met business partners there. It was a gathering space. And in my favorite cities and across the country, like these are the types of spaces that give a city soul. And like, so for me, that was like the vision of it before, right? And we're now entering into a different chapter of our lives where that's no longer what's happening at the property. We don't live there anymore. Families are being started. But like when that was happening, it wasn't a place where it's just, hey, let's throw these giant parties. It was a gathering space. And this was the vision of Nolan Ellison, the guy who sold this house to us on seller financing. He bought it from the founders of Price Chopper. And their vision was to bring together like-minded men and entrepreneurs and good people to have a gathering space. And so for us, we continued on that legacy and we brought people together.
Yeah.
And it
This
created.
is Fred Ball's vision. Fred Ball is the one that owner financed Nolan, Nolan owner financed us. This is
And
Fred
so
Ball's.
it's the legacy, it's the legacy of the property. And so I know there were complaints by neighbors, and I fully take that in. And I knocked on neighbors' doors and talked to them and connected with them before we had any events. And so I did my best to make sure those relationships were good. And I see there were periods where it was not. And I can take full responsibility and ownership of that. But like the vision of the community and the vision of the Dharma Project was to bring people together so people can co-elevate and build more interesting things in Kansas City. And I think every city desires to have more interesting things because it makes the city more desirable for tourism, for people coming in, for people to live there. And so that was the vision. And just to be like really clear. And now we're entering a different stage. And like we love this house and I've been a business owner for 11 years. I know what it takes to run something successfully and with integrity. And that is my commitment. And so that's kind of what we're requesting here is just the ability to continue doing that so we can keep this house.
We're all married and having kids and have moved out. We all used to live in this house together as our business home. Now that we're all married and having kids, it's a completely different season for the house.
I appreciate all that you've said. You advertised an event that was to take place on Sunday, August 2nd. Did you hold that event?
That event was at a
Yes, I
different
did.
location.
I'm
Yep,
sorry.
at Milo Farms in Buckner, Missouri was the
Okay, thank
location.
you very
Because
much.
this is an Airbnb.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do
Yep.
see that at the bottom of your item.
We're committed to keeping the Dharma Project alive, but we understand this cannot be the host site. I don't feel comfortable this being the host site if none of us live there. This
Okay.
needs to be an Airbnb.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And we would also be happy to have as a contingency, like in whatever agreement that we make, that we will not host any events in regards to the Dharma Project at this property. That would be totally fine. Like we are very committed to being cooperative and also being of service to the city. Like that is my desire.
Yeah, I just need to be told what we can do to be in service. I've not heard a single thing about it other than in the past, a neighbor saw something 45 years ago. I'm happy to resolve whatever that was and yeah, make sure we have a really clean future going forward. We would love to be able to keep our home.
Okay, well, at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to deny. And if you are going to deny, please state the reason for the denial for the record. Is there a motion to deny this permit? There is no motion? All right, so there's no motion to deny the permit. So legal?
So the applicant at this time, because it is in limbo, the applicant may appeal in district court or may file a new application.
Okay, so do you hear that, Mr. Bagley? You can
Yeah,
make
when
it
you say new application, what does that mean?
To start the process at the beginning.
Like we need all new inspections again, for example?
I would defer to planning and
City's news planning, if the application is 6 months old from the date that they submit, we would need a new inspection. If it's not over 6 months, it should be fine.
I submitted in the middle of May or start of May, so it's less than 6 months. So knowing that we don't have anything new to do on an application, but it's not being recommended, seems like we're indefinitely going to be in limbo. What do we need to do to move out of that stage?
I cannot provide you legal advice. I have provided you the two options, but we cannot provide you any legal advice.
Okay, so
again, the two options are refer to district court to appeal or reapply with planning to go through the process again.
okay. If we were to go to district court to appeal, how would we go about doing that?
Again, I cannot provide you with legal advice.
Okay.
And if we reapply, we wind up here in front of the same voting body, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would the voting body consider voting different? Can I guess I can't ask
Yeah.
this. I guess I can't
Just-
ask this question.
We're stuck.
Are we allowed to ask that
Just
question?
refer to staff after for
Okay.
further
Okay,
detail.
we've
Okay?
taken up a lot of your time. Thank you
I
so much
appreciate you
for
guys giving
bearing-
us more floor time tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you so
No
much for that.
problem.
So
No
thank you so
problem.
much, and we will see you guys again. I hope you guys will
For
reconsider.
the record, I hope it works for you. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you,
Thank
Mayor.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we? This takes us to the, where are we? Where are we? All right, we're now going to the regular consent agenda. Does any member of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Move to approve.
It's been moved to approve by Ramirez. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Burns. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners and clerk. All right, under our administrator's agenda, we have two items scheduled. The first item is item number 13.1. It addresses the adoption of a resolution authorizing an extension of the emergency declaration. I will turn the matter over to our interim county administrator, Mr. Allen Howes, for opening remarks and introduction of staff.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This item extends the proclamation. The mayor, you signed this a week ago, and it is in effect for 7 days. So in order to continue the emergency declaration, the commission needs to take action. This is on a week-by-week basis under Kansas law. So that's the motion before you. In terms of a couple of updates on the storm response, would also note that we have updated information daily on the UG website and also on social media. At this point, BPU has restored power to all neighborhoods. There are some homes that need additional repair before their power can be turned back on. But BPU has done phenomenal work to restore power to thousands of folks here in the course of a week. Debris removal is the other kind of big project that is underway. Within the first 48 hours, our street crews cut through all the trees that were on the ground. People started putting their own debris as they cut through their debris that was on their property, put it to the curb. We initiated pickup and reached out to the state for additional state support and response. The state has been very helpful in that. They provided resources from KDOT. We have a crew from Olathe, and most recently, the National Guard is on scene as well doing debris removal. There has been over, I believe, 8,000 cubic yards of debris that has now been moved out of neighborhoods. This is being taken to Indian Springs and ground up to reduce the cost of disposal on that. So they are going systematically through neighborhoods to clear the debris. There will be a second pass through those by UG crews that will start on September the 8th for additional, knowing that there will be additional debris that gets put out even in areas where they've already come through and picked it up at the curb. We encourage people to continue to call 311 if there are information requests or to report any issues that they have. Would also note that there have been a number of community groups locally and regionally that have really responded, bringing in food, bringing in supplies, and really doing everything they can to help people get back on their feet. We have here Jennifer Tarwater, our Director of Emergency Management, if there are any questions from the commission.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. I do have a question. So we have to every week, reaffirm our state of emergency if needed?
Yes.
And the reason I ask is because we do have a commission meeting next week, so we would do that in this meeting. The week after that, we don't.
That's correct, and I've considered that, and we might just have to have a special session, a special meeting or
If-
something. It has to be renewed every 7 days if
Okay.
we want to extend it.
Okay. Thanks.
And
Commis-
the state, you might want to just mention the state declaration is in effect
How long is that? The state declaration is in
September
effect,
3rd, I believe, is what is the expiration of the state.
right? And Jennifer, I don't know when the expiration of that is. Do you?
Sorry. That is good. Jennifer Tarwater, Director, Emergency Management. And we have the state assets here for the next 6 days. So that's when that expires. And we are looking at now requesting them beyond that, but that's discussions we're having with KDEM ongoing. And so there is an updated amount of debris. So far, it's more than 12,500 cubic yards of debris that has been removed. And we just found out yesterday, I spent the day with the SBA, the Small Business Administration, and KDEM going around doing damage assessments to see if we met the threshold to bring the SBA loan program, low interest loan program. So we did get approved for that. And so we're working with them now to set up 2 sites where they will have SBA staff in that can help people with that application process. And this will be for homeowners, business owners, nonprofits, faith-based organizations. So really the whole community can apply for that. And then Saturday, we're having what's called a MARC, or a multi-agency resource center, and we'll get word out on that. And that is kind of a one-stop shop where we'll have multiple agencies there to offer a variety of resources, and folks can come through and sit down and talk with all of them and provide more resources. So, and we are also in the process, we have some chainsaw crews and some what we call national VOADs, volunteer organizations that deploy to hurricanes. And we have some folks in from all over the country, and we're having more in the next couple of days. And they're working synergistically with, while we have the Guard here and KDOT here, we want to take advantage of that as much as possible, getting the debris, the trees cut down, the debris hauled to the curb, so we can get that in sync with while it's being removed, but also recognizing we're going to have to make several passes through.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So if you don't mind, tell us what it means by to expand or extend the declaration. What does that mean? What triggers it to go away, right? What milestones have to be met? Or, I mean, I have no problem, extending it, but I don't know really what I'm extending.
Well, we're extending the county declaration. With the state declaration, my understanding is we have their assistance for additional 6 days, and then anything beyond that has to go to the state legislature, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of those, I think, changed around the time of COVID. So it's not impossible. We would just have to work with them, and we check in with them twice a day on what our resource needs look like. And then they would just have to take that back to the finance committee at the state and get approval to extend that.
So I guess what I'm saying is, what happens, I mean, I'm not advocating that we say no, but what are we extending on our part? What changes if it was not extended?
Well, this is a county declaration.
Okay.
And so we have to have county declaration to get a state declaration. And then we are finding out that we believe we do meet what we need for a public assistance, FEMA assistance. And so they're making, those damage assessment teams will come in later this week, and they'll do yet again another damage assessment for the public assistance side. So this is all part of the process that we have to have in place to get that state assistance, to get that presidential proclamation.
So making sure that we have the base layer extended allows us to potentially look at other options at the state level and so on, right? We need ours in place so that we can explore the extensions of others.
Yes, and it's really about helping expedite resources and resource requests. And then it helps with procurement, and there's some other things that it helps us with. So we do want to have it extended.
Okay, and I appreciate it. So what, in the event that someone has, and this has occurred, that someone doesn't have the resources available? I know we're picking up from the curb.
Mhm.
what does somebody do that doesn't have the means to get from their house to the curb? What options are out there for the home?
We have some phenomenal groups that are in town as well as local volunteers. And these are groups that deploy to hurricanes. In fact, one of them, the Minutemen, is out of Texas. So they come in and the apparatus and tools that they have are almost the equivalent of what the BPU has. So they're coming in where some of the volunteer organizations have parameters around what they can safely remove. So let's say a very large tree off a one-story building, a car, or the yard. There are some that have the ability to remove them. So there are several houses that have the tree that's still embedded in the home. They have the capabilities to remove those trees. And where we're prioritizing them is with those homes where there are very large trees that are in the backyards and they're impeding the ability for the BPU to reconnect the power. So we're trying to, again, get these. So the Guard and KDOT, along with Public Works from Olathe and Johnson County and our Public Works, they are the right of way. So they do not do private property. So these volunteer organizations are here for the property owners. So they do go onto private property and work out with them. And then they are pulling that, cutting that stuff up and then pulling it down to the curb. And so that's why we're trying to synchronize those efforts with, while we have the National Guard and KDOT and all these large vehicles out there.
Which totally makes sense, right? I mean, because if we're getting it out to the curb and then we have the assets there to remove that stuff from the curb.
Right. And so we
so-
are still, if there's someone with a need, we are still channeling those all through 311. So if anyone has a tree that they need cut down, needs removed from their yard, or any other resource needs, we're doing all that intake through 311. And then we're coordinating those efforts with all of those volunteer organizations, and we're dispatching those volunteer organizations to those homes. And we're working hand in glove with BPU to prioritize those who need power restoration. So where we're at right now with power restoration, ours is less than 200 homes, and it is those homes where they need some kind of electrical service or home repair done. So we're still trying to coordinate and look for volunteer labor with both home repair and electricians. And that's being worked on and coordinated out of the EOC.
And that was going to be my next question for the folks that may not have the ability or the funds to get those repairs done. They're still living without power because they can't get the electricity or the repairs done in a timely manner to let BPU come back in and restore the power. So how would somebody reach out by 311 to request some assistance? Is there identified sources right now that somebody, if they reached out and said, I just clearly don't have the, you name it, $3,000 to fix what's needed to get my electricity on?
Yes, so we are working, so one of the parts of the mark that's going to be on Saturday is we will have organizations there that specialize in what we call long-term recovery. So with disasters, there's the immediate response phase where we're looking at life safety, scene stabilization. Then we go into recovery, which is where we're at now, and then we go into long-term recovery. And long-term recovery can take days, weeks, months, and even years. And so with those folks that still have those unmet needs, those disaster-related needs, we can connect them with caseworkers that can work with them individually on a case-by-case basis. So there's a lot of resources in the community. And what long-term recovery does is it looks at, sometimes that can't come all from one agency only. We have to look at the other options that are out there to help these families.
Are you seeing right now that there are many calls into 311 for just what I just explained?
There are. So we are ramping up with calls for tree removal. Yes. And so we have the volunteer organizations that we have in town are committed, and we have more coming in. So we know we have some coming in 6 days from now. We have some here right now that just started yesterday that are committed to 10 days. So when they come in, it's very impressive. They're self-contained units. We have Team Rubicon, the Minutemen, we'll have the Church of Christ. So we have a lot of folks that come in, and again, they're used to hurricane deployment. So they come in, they feed themselves, they shelter, they do all of that, and they bring in their own equipment. And so we're trying to coordinate more of those until the job is done.
Is there any option for people for maybe some type of temporary housing until that, like you just said, it could be days, it could be weeks, it could be months, right? That don't have the means, They, and yet they're waiting and they're sitting outside this next week. We're supposed to be up, knocking on 100 degrees again. And there's folks that are sitting outside and wondering what's happening next. I would assume that we need to try to steer most of those folks to the event on Saturday.
Yes.
And is there
certain-
options for some housing or,
Well,
just-
with that, like the Red Cross has spoken to a lot of folks with the major destroyed properties. And so they have caseworkers and they'll work on long-term needs. The shelter was open. Populations with shelters in the Midwest, they kind of ebb and flow, and we don't historically shelter a lot of people in the Midwest, but they had 13 folks. And so they're getting those all, they cannot shut the Red Cross shelter down until they have places for those people to go. And so last night, their shelter stay was 13. I think at peak, it was 31 people. And so they will work with them to see what that looks like to get them more permanent, stable housing.
okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. This may be a dumb question. And it may be because the time was very, very different. I do not remember that we had to do during COVID a week by week declaration. Again, that may be a different time, different experience of what we were doing. So I'm just curious of why we are doing week by week when I don't remember this last time we were doing declarations. We were doing, I think it was like once a month or something at that point.
Those were also health orders, and they have changed, the state has changed their process as well.
That's right. Thank you. I forgot about that. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really don't have a question. I just have a comment. And it's not necessarily to one individual, it's to the community. I just want to say thank you to everyone for pulling together to help during this disaster. It was pretty incredible to see so many different entities across the community that came through to help, and even in other counties that came into Wyandotte County to help. So I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody that helped, and many of the commissioners were out. Thank you. The mayor was out, fire department, police department, and the average Joe and Joanne. So I just want to say thank you. We appreciate that spark in Wyandotte County to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. You said that we may meet the threshold for the public assistance. Is that FEMA public assistance program?
Yes, it is. That's
Can
the
you-
presidential declaration.
Can you talk about the significance of that? I know we're not there. I want everybody to be clear that we're not there right now, but
So-
if we were.
One of the things that happens with these, and this one is very unique in that, for example, last year with the flash flooding that we had in July, we were one of 12 counties that combined our disaster numbers and the extent of damage to critical infrastructure, and we're able to roll that up and meet the state's threshold. So now we are a party of one, it is just us. But looking at the damage we have, so we look at a couple different things. We look at damage to critical infrastructure, which we didn't really see like we did with the flash flooding last year. We look at what's called emergency protective measures. So what actions were carried out by our first responders, what kind of equipment was deployed or used. We get credit for all of that. We look at the BPU as their own separate public assistance category. And then we look at debris removal, which is often the most costly. In this case, it will be the most costly part of it, in addition to the power restoration. And so the interesting thing with this is it can seem very slow and drawn out because there's numerous damage assessments and preliminary damage assessments that have to be carried out. And so when we have folks come in from KDM later this week, they will yet do another damage assessment, but they are very focused on what they know will count towards meeting that threshold. And so right now we're fairly confident that we're at it. And so we're gonna, look at them, but the ultimate person, the ultimate entity, I should say, that applies is we are a sub-applicant when we get that FEMA assistance. It's truly the state that is the initial primary applicant for that.
Thank you. And just one more question. When did we reach out to the state for assistance on this storm?
We reached out to the state the first day, so Wednesday. So it occurred at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And so we went out and we have to conduct what's called preliminary damage assessment. And during that period, we're looking for damage to homes, but also what we call community lifelines. So what is the status of power, water, hospitals, critical infrastructure, telecommunications, fuel, food, all of those. So there's a whole gamut of things that we're looking for. And we also have to try and coordinate that with trying to not be in the way and go out when it's safe to do so. So with Public Works clearing those roadways, we were doing damage assessment right behind them. So we have to have what's called an impact statement. So we're gathering information. We reached out to the state, said, here's what we've got going on. They said, okay, and then we reached out to them again with even more information. So there's a lot of information gathering initially. And then that's when they said, what state assets do you need? And so we had what's called the incident support team. And those are people that come in with a set of skills, and they help stand up the operation out in the field. So the more tactical stuff. And then you have the EOC where I am at, and we had support as well from the state, and we are coordinating. So the EOC is coordinating, whereas the command post is where they are really trying to figure out in the field, how do we get stuff done? What do we need to get that done? So the operation side of all that. And so the state came in, but that also takes time to deploy people. So we say, here's the specific positions that we're going to need help with that we don't have in-house. They in turn recruit those folks, they're volunteers, they get them in. So depending on where they came in from the state, it could take time. So there's a lot in the beginning of wrapping our head around where we're at and what we even need. And in our situation in the KC metro area, we have a very robust resource sharing agreement with the MARC region. So all of the regions that have signed the resource sharing agreement, such as why we have Public Works here from Johnson County and the city of Olathe. And we have to, one of the states will constantly ask us, are we exceeding our threshold? So we have to prove that we're exhausting what we have locally and then what we're exhausting in the region to get that state assistance. So when we have KDOT here, we have the National Guard, and they came in as quickly as they did, this is very impressive to have them here this early on. This is normally something where we would see debris removal can take weeks and weeks and weeks to get accomplished.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Can you talk about the grassroots organizations and faith-based organizations that have been boots on the ground?
Yes, there are some phenomenal local organizations that have been very active. Village Initiative, the Justice for Wyandotte. And we see that, and that is really a sign of resiliency in the community because it's very important to understand that everything is what we call a whole community response. And it's recognizing that government cannot meet all needs of everyone. And so you want those partners from nonprofits, from the faith-based organizations, from the volunteer organizations, from the private sector, so our business partners. So they are phenomenal. They were able to stand up and mobilize very quickly and get, at first light probably, and get out there and check on people and distribute resources while we're still wrapping our head around the extent of damage. So knowing what KDOT needs the information from us, that's what we're capturing and gathering. And they were, because they're so hyper-localized, they were able to get out on foot into those areas and get those supplies distributed. And we're continuing to coordinate with them. Every morning at 9 o'clock, we have a coordination call, and we focus on home repairs, feeding, trying to find electricians. So there's still a very much whole community approach that we're still working on throughout, and we will continue to this entire incident.
So what is protocol as far as the organizations that you work with?
What is protocol?
Like how do you identify the organizations that you're going to work with when something like this happens through your experience?
Well, ideally, there are organizations at the local and federal level. At the local level, they're called COADs, which is Community Organizations Active in Disaster. At a national level, they're VOADs, which is Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster. So we have, they're national, but they also have local chapters. So for example, think Red Cross, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, those. And so we have those here, but it's very important with planning that we are also working with local organizations as well. And so sometimes what you'll see in this is very organic to a disaster response. There are some nonprofits that are kind of filling a niche initially, and they may find themselves doing stuff that's entirely different to maybe their mission. But we always, when we look at preparedness for the community, we want to strive to build resiliency. And when we tell people, you know, being prepared for the first 3 days or 72 hours, this timeline is why we do that, because it can take 2 and 3 days to get stuff cleared and safe to even get out and about. And so that's why we have that rule of thumb. But with these organizations, one of the things that I have on my to-do list is there's some phenomenal training that FEMA has that we can help build resiliency and continuity planning with these organizations. So the ones that we are have been boots on the ground from the beginning, getting them some training that says you are already providing essential services in your community every day. And so we need you to have the training that you need and the planning in place that when something happens, that you are able to stay open because so many people are dependent on you. And we saw that with the Village Initiative. They were operating out of their site with no power. So we were able to run 2 generators down to them just to keep the food that was donated to them that they were cooking for everyone to keep that safe. And so we want to see that. That's wonderful. And we have future plans to work even more with these organizations and build resiliency with them as well.
Last question. Thank you for that. Did we have a plan in place for something like this?
Yes. So we're required by the state and the federal funding that we get is from FEMA, is to have a community emergency operations plan, a CEOP. And you can find that plan. It has to come before the commission. It has to be adopted. And it's on, if you go on the UG website, on the emergency management pages, it is on there. And so we have that, and then even with debris, we have a county-approved debris removal plan. And so we have those plans in place, so we're pre-identifying contractors, we're pre-identifying the strategy of how we're gonna tackle this. And so we do have plans in place, we're required to have plans in place for that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, I also want to end with as well. I want to thank everybody that was a part of moving a lot of that debris. Commissioners, I want to say Chuck, Commissioner Stites, Commissioner Lopez. Um, they got out there and they rolled up their sleeves with me, and I appreciate you greatly. There was a guy by the name of Mr. Kirk that was greatly impacted, and I want to send love and healing his way. He was greatly impacted by this storm. He's in the Wellborn area, and so even the mayor, she made a call, and we were able to go out there and see Mr. Kirk and just kind of see the impact that it had. But just to kind of see how the commissioners and mayor and just community got together and made sure Mr. Kirk and others that were impacted in this storm had what they needed. I'm just grateful and thankful that in the time where we can be very divided and have been divided, we were able to come together. So I appreciate you all greatly. And as long as we're continuing to stay together and keep plans in place, then working with those faith-based organizations and those organizations that are boots on the ground are very, very much so important. And then the last thing is moving forward, as we have been working with those faith-based organizations and boots on the ground, is there a plan moving forward to make sure that they're continuing to provide these resiliency hubs even after the storm?
We can form what's called, so in the Kansas City metro area, we have what we call the Kansas City Regional COAD. But there's nothing that says we cannot have one on a more local level for Wyandotte County. And so we can do that, and that's also something that we have in place to look at doing after this, is building more of those partner relationships. One of the things we have on the calendar that we're looking at for next year is a faith-based workshop. And we would bring, again, just like we talked about, those small nonprofits that may not have an emergency manager or continuity person, but teaching them those continuity practices. We can do the same for our faith-based partners. And there are some preparedness initiatives that we can do with them as well. And so that is on our agenda to look at doing that either next year or in 2028, but to pull them in and bring them in. Because again, it is a very much a whole community response that it takes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Lopez District 6. Trying to think, sorry, I'm trying to keep it together here. I've been getting to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning every night, just jumping in there. Okay, so there's Commissioner Stites asked this question, and I was kind of, I was trying to catch the tail end of it, but okay, for instance, there's a guy, I believe, Commissioner Howard was talking about him. A tree completely fell through his house. I mean, it smashed through his house. I was able to get it out of there yesterday with the crane. But where does he go? He's been sleeping in his car, in his truck, and he's diabetic. Where does he, like, where is this something he shows up Saturday that you can point him in the right direction?
Well, he can call, yes, he can come, absolutely have him come Saturday if he's able to. We recognize maybe not everybody can make it on Saturday. Maybe they're working or they can't get transportation. They can still call 311. And we're still doing that centralized intake. And that is really to coordinate. So we're making sure we're not in the field duplicating efforts and that, we're not going to a house that 3 people have already been to previously. And so when people identify as having a critical need, such as having needing medicated, refrigerated medication, then we can get those people prioritized. So what we're trying to do is really, because one of the things that came up initially is when the BPU and Public Works was trying to clear some of the roadways, there was just a lot of congestion going on. And so there were spontaneous volunteers, there were also private contractors that were hired by insurance companies, and it was just getting very congested. And there was still live wire. So we had to coordinate everything. And so what we're doing is with those trees, there may be some neighborhoods like today, we were at by Christ the King over there in that area by Barker Circle. And so that was very, very heavy with guard activity. And so they have ginormous vehicles if you've seen them. And so just trying to coordinate, so we clear a neighborhood or we clear an area, and then we're getting those sawyers in, those trained volunteers that can do the chainsaw crews. We're trying to get them in after the folks have already been through with that initial pass. So we know some people may say, well, no one's been to my neighborhood yet as far as being able to cut the tree in my yard. And that's all a very coordinated effort. So we just don't get and hamper the way of our responders.
Right, I understand. There was 2 or 3 volunteer groups. I kind of had to intervene because when these trees are on houses, they're twisted and pressured, and I'm like, somebody's going to get hurt. We need this. You can't just go in there and start cutting stuff, and you get your saw pinched, or something gives way and somebody gets hurt. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure Commissioner Howard will.
Yes, but
we're
if he
good.
can make it on Saturday, that's the
He's,
best way.
he's
but
not
if
gonna be able to make it.
So what?
He's not gonna be able to make
can't,
it.
have him call 311. Or he can call, I can give you my information. And he
Or
can
I'll
call
just
you
go pick
directly.
him up and take him over there.
Yeah.
One or the other. I'll make sure he's there, one way or the other. Okay. And then, on a different note, I just want to give I don't know if he's watching the meeting or not, but I just want to give a shout out to another tree guy. His name is Kirk Mata. He's doing a phenomenal job. We've helped each other out, and he's been out volunteering his time and his knowledge, just like I have. And I appreciate him 100%.
Yes.
Oh, and Abernathy Tree as well. These are all local boys. So just jumping in there, bleeding with all of us. And I appreciate them 100%.
Yes. And that's where there's some phenomenal work done by so many agencies, and we're trying to capture all of that information. And where we're still kind of at, and there's a bit of a struggle, is trying to find licensed electricians that can help with those families that still cannot receive power until repairs are made. And so we've had a group on the ground, CJR Builders, but we need more. We need more help. There's some days when they can get a higher number of houses cleared, and some days when they're more complicated, and so they don't get as many cleared. So we just need more help with them, and we need skilled electricians.
Yep. Thank you.
You. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis, before we get to Davis, I know that there's on the website, storm cleanup progress. So if people who are online, you can always go to the website. There is like a yellow banner on the website. You can click on it and it will take you to some of the things that are happening, building inspections, provide you phone numbers that you can call for free food and supplies. There's some dates on there that also gives you information and a number of the agencies that are available as well. So for those online listening or watching the program, please refer to the website so that you can get all storm updates. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Harwood. I really do appreciate the amount of time. And how long have you been our official EMS director?
Oh, 2 months has it been?
Okay.
I've
Well, that is
been with the UG for a little over a year.
sure.
And I was the interim since like January. And so the director, I think two months,
Yeah.
if that, but.
For Mr. May. Yeah. So I think that's just great for again, context here. I'm curious on just within your staff, you have about 6.25 FTE. Do I have that correct?
We have, yes, and we have a vacancy currently for the deputy position.
Gotcha. Which makes sense because you're
Yeah.
okay. Does anyone on your staff, and I'm not just talking for disaster relief, I'm just talking on the regular, communicate with nonprofits or in some of the other volunteer organizations that would be used in case of a disaster? Is that a part of anybody's job description in your department?
We have, well, in the community emergency operations plan, we have the base plan, and then it's broken down to what we call emergency support functions.
Can you put your microphone up
Oh,
just a little bit?
We have what's called the base plan for our county emergency operations plan, and then it's broken down into 15 different emergency support functions. And so each of those emergency support function, there's a coordinating agency, and that is a unified government department that does that. And then we have primary agencies and what we call secondary agencies. And a lot of the secondary agencies are a lot of the community partners. And historically, there's not been a lot of exercise opportunities to get everybody to convene and conduct like a tabletop exercise, which is where you would discuss different types of scenarios and roles and responsibilities. But that is something that now that we're fully staffed, we will be able to do. And we pull in these folks, and it's depending on what support function it is. So if it's ESF 6, which is mass care, we have Red Cross, we have Salvation Army, we have the Humane Society.
Sure.
So it really depends on those emergency support functions. So we do year-round work with organizations. The hyper-local or smaller nonprofits, we can do better with that.
Gotcha. And I guess that was kind of my point again, no full context. So this is in no way, shape, or form a criticism because quite frankly, you just got here. And what an introduction for the job. But I do think that there is room for us to kind of learn from the situation. And again, as your tenure, continues of how can we build those stronger relationships. I'm just, you talked about Catholic Charities and Salvation Army and a few others. I do think there are folks that are a little bit more local and kind of less national that really took up the mantle and just started running. And there were questions on kind of where are some of the other established nonprofits and how they can help. And I know that everybody is doing what they can, but I just think there is room for us to continue to improve. You said that there is a disaster plan in place. Is that currently complete?
Yes, so it's slightly redacted, but there is a version that was just approved in December of '24. And we update that every 5 years, so it is next due in 2029, and that you will find a version of that on our website.
Okay,
So if you
gotcha.
go to emergency management's page, you should see that plan, debris management. We have a family reunification plan, and then a recovery plan.
And all of that is on the website?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Because it would be great if we had that information and for the public to have that information just to understand, again, how can we be just better prepared? I know you have talked about it during the press conference days ago, but there are questions on why didn't the sirens go off, and this was a tornado, and why didn't we appropriately handle it as such? Can you just speak to what the thresholds are and what are the requirements for it to be a tornado?
Yes. So our policy right now is, now the sirens, and I think there was some confusion, and so I don't know if I misspoke or there was confusion of how it was inferred, but the National Weather Service, we use the information that they put out. So they do not push out any type of guidance or direction to us. That is what, we make that decision on what our policy is on a local or county level. So we choose in Wyandotte County to only utilize our sirens for tornado warnings. They could be used for other things. We use them for tornado warnings only. We have tiers or thresholds that we look at. So when we have a duty officer, so each staff person is a duty officer for the entire week. And it's that person's responsibility to monitor the weather. We have different applications we use. We have different radar systems we use. And we have a tiered system where if there is weather that meets those criteria, then that is what would get us activated and rolling our way to the Emergency Operations Center. And with the sirens, we can activate them several ways. So we have backups to the backups to the backups with those. But the criteria we use for the tornado warning is that a tornado has been sighted by a trained weather spotter, that it is radar indicated. And when you look at these radars, when they talk about on the news, like a hook echo, you can sing about. And then also we look at winds in excess of 80 miles an hour. And with this weather situation, it was a downburst. And that's why you saw, if you drove around, you saw the weird lawn clippings and the leaves, like wallpapering the houses. That's indicative of that. And so it was a unique weather pattern. It's not something like, there was nothing indicated on radar that even showed that. That was just a weird kind of weather pattern that we would not utilize the sirens for. Now, can we look at our existing policy and review it and see? Sure, we can do that, because I don't believe that's been done for some time. But this particular weather, and the National Weather Service stands by how they have it classified, and that it is not a tornado.
Understood. And you said there could be other uses for sirens, that it doesn't have to just be for tornadoes, and so.
It's whatever other communities choose to utilize them for. So for example, out by the Speedway, we have a siren that speaks. And so it has pre-recorded messaging on it that can tell people if there's severe weather that they need to leave. And it's the same thing with out by Compass. We have some that we can utilize to tell people, because it's an open soccer field, that it is unsafe for them to be there. And then we have some that even monitor lightning. Again, with an open soccer field, that can become quite dangerous. And so not all of our sirens, we have 84 sirens, and not every siren has that capability, but we have some in certain areas where they're areas of high population, so out by the Speedway and by Compass. But one of the things when we were with World Cup, we have devices that we could utilize the sirens out there with that PA system to give public messaging. So if something had occurred while we were out there, we had a device where we could give instruction live in real time through those sirens. So they're pretty unique, and the newer ones have even more technology. But again, we don't want people immune to, count them, get used to them and just kind of tune them out and not pay attention to them. And it's important to remember that sirens are intended to be heard outside. And that's why we always encourage people to have other means of getting weather, whether that's a radio, whether that's an app on your phone. People call, we test the sirens every day. And we test them on a weekly basis, and then we do our monthly test the first Wednesday of the month. So we're testing them constantly. We have diagnostics that run every day to tell us that they're in working order. But yes, we just choose to utilize our sirens for tornado warnings.
Understood. And I'm assuming that has to do with the budget request that you all have, because sirens are on there, if I'm not mistaken, for capital requests.
Yes, we do. So a lot of our sirens are from the 2003 tornado, when it was discovered that we did not have sufficient sirens after that, which is why they're all coming of age at the same time. And those sirens were manufactured in the mid-90s. And then by the time we got them, they were already several years old, or a handful of years old rather. And the lifespan is about 20 to 25 years on those. So the timing that they're all coming, that huge 13 that we need initially, that are aging out, and they are at the point where the equipment, we have to source it, and it's not the ideal way to get that off, used parts to get those things working.
Gotcha. And I'm just saying all this again to contextualize it, because we are going to be talking about the budget tonight. And so connecting those investments is going to be really, really important. For the FEMA reimbursement, are we, so my question is, are we currently tracking, and is there anything that the community needs to know about in regards to their support in us tracking those reimbursements?
With the biggest, well, so we know with the two sources, the PA, and which is the public assistance, and then the individual assistance with the IA. We know that we do not meet the threshold for individual assistance. And the last time we had that was in 2003, again with the tornadoes. And that was homes, we had more than 100 that were major or destroyed. And so we know that the numbers that they're looking for, the criteria that they're looking for is pretty high. And so that's a lot of why we're seeing this SBA loan option, is in recognition that it's very hard and difficult and challenging now to get that individual assistance for homeowners and renters. So we're very excited and glad and appreciative that we're getting this SBA option. But our public works folks, so we just now are, just a couple weeks ago, we went around with KDM staff to do the public assistance for the flooding from last year. So this kind of gives you an idea how long this stuff takes. So the flooding that we had in July of last year, a lot of stuff was repaired initially in-house by our public works and environmental services folks, but there's still some outstanding projects, and we are just now getting those taken care of. And then we get reimbursed. So it's a reimbursable grant.
Gotcha. Okay. Last thing I'll say is, again, I think there's opportunity for us to figure out how we can just be more resilient, and how we can educate ourselves and educate the community on what to do. Because again, these events are not predictable, right? And so wanting to be prepared and wanting to be ready is going to be super important. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And we had we do a training twice a year called CERT, Community Emergency Response Training. And so it's kind of heartbreaking that we had it scheduled for this weekend, and we had 27 people signed up to take this training, and we had to postpone it because of all that's going on. And so this is just one way that we can make individuals and thus our community more resilient. So we're going to try and get that postponed. I would say September, but I'll probably still be, it might be a while. So October is when we're trying to have that happen. So we generally try and have it in September or late August. It's fall and spring of every year, so we offer it twice. But that's a free training. It's a phenomenal training. It's about 20 hours, and it really teaches people how to, again, in that first critical 72 hours, it helps them help themselves, help their own household, help their neighbors, and help their community. And so that's really the best way to build up community resiliency.
I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Jennifer, appreciate all the work you've done, your team, and again, every single other person who's done anything for storm response, because it has been an incredible week. And we have commissioners who have worked really hard doing things like taking trees off houses, and Commissioner Howard, who I think has been kind of boots on the ground every day and kind of was there from the first day, because, and same with Commissioner Hill, because it really hit their area hard. So there are a lot of both professional emergency responders and spontaneous community responders, and everybody deserves some thanks. I wanted to speak to a couple of things. I wanted to speak to CERT, Community Emergency Response. Again, as you said, you had a training set up for this weekend with 27 people signed up. I cannot overemphasize the importance of preparedness. September is Emergency Preparedness Month. There's a reason why Jennifer and lots of other people go around the community providing trainings on disaster preparedness. And this is why. When we talk about community emergency response teams, again, that training teaches individual homeowners, what do I need to do to take care of myself right now? And it's free.
Yes, it is.
So I want to stress that. Dr. Hill and I have talked to a variety of different neighborhood groups about this exact need, because we talked to several neighborhood groups about this exact need. Several of our neighborhood groups have actually been able to take advantage of some of the trainings that are offered free through your department, through FEMA, through online Red Cross. There's tons of resources out here. Emergency and disaster response has kind of been a thing on my mind since 9/11, frankly, when people started coming to me as a person working in this community about what are we going to do? How are we going to be prepared? So this is an opportunity for all of us to sit up and take note of what can we do inside our own homes to be prepared for emergencies. And then, of course, we had the tornado in '03 that destroyed hundreds of homes. This was an opportunity for us to, again, bring community emergency response teams to the forefront to make people aware of these opportunities for free trainings. I can't overemphasize our own commission adopted community emergency response plan that is on the website. I found it the other day and sent it to somebody. And the reason I'm familiar with it is because I chaired Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for a multitude of years, where the emergency manager would bring that plan. If you want to fall asleep some night when you can't sleep, you can read the plan. It's hundreds and hundreds of pages because it's extremely detailed, and it does come to this body for adoption because it's required. Am I not correct?
Yes.
So it does exist. It is required. We do adopt it, and it's there. I found it on Friday and sent it to one of the volunteers working in the field. It may not be the easiest thing to find, but it's hundreds and hundreds of pages. So it may, if you want to see it, you might want to go to the section that maybe pertains more to what you care about. But it's a lot, and it's no small thing that staff works on very diligently in order to not only coordinate regionally, as you said, locally, regionally, and then with the state, and then with the Fed. So the only thing I really want to say beyond thank you to every single person who did anything at all, because I did think that was incredible, is please, please, please prepare. And there are a whole variety of things you can do in your own house. Make a preparedness kit. You've heard it over and over and over again. You've heard it for decades. Please look up how you can prepare your own self, your own family, and your own household. The only other thing I wanted to say, Commissioner Lopez, I had a text the other day from Avenue of Life saying that if somebody needed a hotel room, they could contact Avenue of Life, and I can give you that information if we still have people who need those things. So,
Definitely.
okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
Mayor, I move for approval of the resolution.
Okay. There is still a question, Commissioner, or comment. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. Um, Going off of Commissioner Bynum, I think we as a commission should also have some training on that plan as well, just so that we know what's in it. As long, I've seen it, I've seen the, it's a big Bible. It's a big book.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to condense, but we as commissioners being able to have that information, that training, so that if anything happens in our districts, we're prepared for that. But the second part of that is what Commissioner Bynum was speaking about, the community and the preparedness trainings. If, let's say I know two of my communities, Rosedale and Argentine, they have monthly neighborhood meetings with their neighbors and talk about what's happening. If I were to talk with them and ask them if they'd be open to having someone come and do a presentation, would that be emergency management or would that be Red Cross? Who would I ask for something like that?
We are absolutely happy to do that and have done that. We usually try and get in front of the livable neighborhood groups, for example, once a year, get on their agenda and do a presentation. And after we do that, we'll get a lot of requests from neighborhood groups and faith-based groups to come and do a presentation. So we're happy to do that. We can tailor it and modify it to whatever you would like. And then there is a phenomenal FEMA training that is called 402, and it is Emergency Management for Elected Officials. It's 4 hours. We can get it down to 2, but it explains emergency management and explains the natural kind of life cycle of disasters and disaster response and then into recovery, as well as the proclamation process and how everything starts local, goes up, ramps up, and then always ends local. So there's some phenomenal training that already exists, and we can work with the state training officer to bring that and get that schedule.
In the plan, is there a specific, because I couldn't find it, for the mayor?
You would be probably under.
It's grouped under elected officials.
You would be, well, the emergency support function 5 is where we talk about emergency management and information. And that's generally, so let's say we activated the EOC and we had our emergency support function leads in the EOC. We have a separate room that is a policy room, and that is where our legal counsel would be, you would be, Madam Mayor, and our administration would be in that section. So when something comes up, like we need to make a large purchase or something is going to impact policy, if you will, then those folks are there in their policy room so we can quickly expedite those requests. And so that's kind of where you would be if you come down and you're welcome. We're under.
But is it
getting
in the
worked in.
plan though? So like there's an area in the plan that talks about the general, it talks about the governor, it talks about government and the role of the government's role in this, but there's nothing in the plan that talks about the mayor's role
You would be
or the
the
CEO.
policy group. And so that's under ESF 5. And I would have to go back and look at the base plan, and there may also be some language in the base plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I could have used that as a new mayor. It would have been nice for me to have something because I didn't have anything. And I felt like I had to learn on my own, but it worked out great. I mean, it worked out, but I went to the plan and there wasn't anything there that was specific for the mayor.
And
So,
that is that 402, that emergency management for elected officials. That's why it's such a wonderful class, as it explains all those different roles and responsibilities.
yeah, I
and how they
haven't
get
been to the
integrated.
class.
Yeah. And
I haven't had it. Nobody told me I was supposed to take it.
well, we haven't offered it. I think my predecessor.
What? You haven't offered it?
Well, I think
Don't tell nobody that.
my predecessor, I think, had a very condensed version. So again, it is a 4-hour time commitment, but we can finagle it and get it down to probably 2 hours. But it's very informative. It is also great. We've taught it before too. It works for the private sector as well. So, but it really explains the process because there are a lot of classes that we have to take online and then in person. So whenever we're standing up these responses, we have to have a lot of, like, you're looking at weeks, months, years of training for folks that have those very specific skill sets. And if you're just looking for a broad overview of how does this all work? What does this look like? Is this natural? Is this healthy? Should it be taking this long? That kind of thing. It really sets the realistic expectations of, yes, it does take weeks and weeks, if not months sometimes, depending on the size and scale of your incident, to do debris removal. So it's not an immediate kind of
Right.
thing. So it really sets that understanding of this is what all this entails and this is what it looks like.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna make one request of you.
Okay.
Commissioner Bynum and I were in a WICO delegates meeting, and there was a district state representative that wanted information. And honestly, I mean, I didn't think of it. So when you send communications, could you please include, or I think we probably get a lot of detailed information, but for the delegate group or for a representative that this would have been impacted in, if we could just have like a one pager, that kind of, what are the numbers people can call, they can call, because they have constituents and they contacted them that day and they didn't have any information.
Okay. Yeah.
Interim County Administrator Allen House wants to say a few things about, give some thanks to some folks.
Thank you, Mayor. And really just kind of wanted to, in this discussion, there are definitely, as we've talked about, we'll be doing after action reports on this and gathering folks who've been involved in the response and looking at, where are the opportunities for us to learn from it. And, Ms. Tarwater's been in the role for 6 weeks, if that, give or take. And one of the things that we talked about, she was stepping into that, was training and tabletop exercises and a lot of these things that we've talked about here this evening. And that's something we will definitely be building on and improving ourselves. And I think the 2014, the plan was adopted prior to your arrival at the unified government as well. So I think there's also opportunities to look at parts of that plan and see, where, for example, Mayor, your point, where can that be tightened up? Where are the additional opportunities to get information, focus on communication, focus on connection to the community and the community organizations, which, as you noted, spontaneously so organized to really provide great service to the community in support of people's needs. So a lot to learn and a lot we will learn. I did want to give a special thanks to CJR and Charles Robinson. They have spent the last week really coordinating a lot of the home repair and electrical repair volunteer activities associated with that. And so there are many people who have been very involved with that. Justice for Wyandotte being another organization that has played a very important role in the community response. So we want to thank both of those folks for kind of going above and beyond for their efforts.
Awesome. Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. I do have a couple more questions for you. So, how was the fire department? How were they alerted in all of this? Like, what was their place in all of this? Like, what is protocol for them?
So when you look at the county emergency operations plan, there are 4 sections in there, 4 emergency support functions that our fire department is the coordinating agency. There's one that's firefighting, one that is hazmat, and one that is search and rescue. And we have we're very, very fortunate that several of our firefighters go on deployments and they are part of the state's incident support team. So they have very specialized skill sets and they get deployed throughout the state. I believe we've had some go on national deployments. And so one of the things when we stood up, so we have the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and then we have an incident command post. So with the incident support team, 3 of those members were our in-house KCK fire guys. So while we did reach out to the state for other roles, filling other roles, we still had 3 firefighters in there. So our firefighters have some very specialized skilled training in helping stand up and run an incident.
Yeah. Can I just for a second call Captain up, if you will, Chief, if you will? Thanks, Chief. Question for you: the night of the storm, can you talk about what happened in fire?
Yes, of course. Andrew Novak, Deputy Chief, KCK Fire.
The night of the storm was a very busy night for the fire department, as you can imagine. Reports of high winds to include down power lines. I believe the estimated number of calls we ran after midnight was around 90 911 response calls, and we had fire companies from all across the county responding from points west of 435.
So you all went out to evaluate the storm?
We were out in the storm, yes, sir, on live power lines in the middle of the road and people's yards.
Yeah. So what is protocol for you all when a storm like this happens?
We respond to calls, Commissioner.
Right, thank you, wrong question. Who alerts you all?
Who alerted us?
Who alerts you all of the storm?
So when we
Of what
have
kind of storm it is? If
when
it's
we
an
have-
emergency, who alerts you all?
When we have severe weather that comes through, our emergency dispatch communications advises the entire department through our 3-3 system, which is over the radio dispatch, that we're having inclement weather coming in. So that gives us a little bit of a heads up that we have severe weather coming in. And then, of course, then the 911 calls proceed afterwards, and that's when we get dispatched out to those incidents.
And after you all went out to report to the storms to go assess the damages, how long did that take after the storm?
We knew of the damages that night, how extensive it was, just because of how many 911 calls that came in. So we knew this was a severe storm event the next morning.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
We had a motion to approve the emergency declaration extension by Commissioner Burns. Is there a second?
Second, Bynum.
Bynum, second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners and Clerk. The last item, item number 13.2, is the scheduling of a budget workshop to address several of the requests and information this body has made during the current budget process. This item was previously heard by the Board of Commissioners on August 20th, 2026, and continued to this meeting due to time constraints. I will turn the matter over to our interim county administrator, Mr. Allen House, for opening remarks.
All right, thank you, Mayor. As you noted, this budget workshop continues the discussion from last week. We kind of went long on the discussion with the sales tax last week. And so we got to a late hour and wanted to pick up the conversation today. Originally, the idea was to aim for budget adoption at this meeting tonight, but realized that there was more discussion that needed to be had. So tonight's conversation continues that with the look towards adopting it next week on September the 3rd. The opportunity this evening, you'll see from the budget team to dig into some of the specifics, including some of the supplemental information that was provided last week as well. And we've also brought forward some of the options for the commission, should there be a desire not to include the additional mill that was in the proposed 2027 budget. So that will also be part of the discussion tonight. Again, the goal for this evening would be that if there are changes that the commission would like to see in the budget, to indicate those so that we can bring those back, any changes for adoption next Thursday on September the 3rd. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reginald Lindsay, our budget director.
Thank you, Interim County Administrator Allen Howes. Tonight I have with me Research Manager Mike Grimm, also Lead Analyst Samuel Herr, and then also we have our CFO, Dr. Shelley Knieven, and then Deputy CFO.
Hey, Reggie, just to pull that mic a little closer.
And we have our Deputy CFO, Debbie Johnson, joining us tonight also. So tonight we'll walk through the current budget position for both the city and the county general fund, talk about major changes from budget to budget, and also cover the assumptions driving the 2027 proposed budget and mill levy options for you all. And again, just to refresh everyone, we did follow commission priorities when putting this budget together, and with the adjustments that we also look at, we do look at the commission priorities. So those are uphold physical sustainability, foster economic development, focus on service and communication, and improve infrastructure.
Hey, Reggie. We're still having a little trouble hearing you.
All righty. So our proposed budget.
Use your outside voice here.
Our proposed budget framework was to align commission priorities, have a structurally balanced budget, and not use any fund balance, 4% growth targets for departments. And we did include a 1 mil increase for both the city and the county in the budget that was proposed. The budget framework, again, we're looking at through for physical discipline, also infrastructure, neighborhood improvements, also organizational performance, and long-term sustainability. So the budget that we did present to you all were structurally balanced. And then we did have 4% targets for the departments, and we funded all positions at 100% of their position inventory. We did shift some personnel costs out of Special Street and Highway Fund into the City General Fund, and also from our Public Safety and Infrastructure Special Sales Tax, we did shift some public safety positions into the City General Fund. So what we plan to do is to start rebuilding the county fund balance and also the city fund balance to get to a 25% fund balance. We did repurpose some funded vacant positions, and we consolidated some positions where possible. So now I'm going to give a brief overview of the week of August the 10th, we did have 4 budget workshops where we had departments come and speak about their budgets. So we're going to do a brief overview of that. One of the things that we did cover in there, one of the things that the mayor and the commission have asked us to bring is what it would take to run a department if they were fully funded. So this current grid shows our 2026 original budget, and then the second column shows what was requested while we were going through the proposed 2027 budget process from departments. Then the third column shows what we actually proposed for those departments. And then the fourth column to the right shows what it would take for those departments to be fully funded. And this is not necessarily what is in the proposed budget or was what requested by departments originally, but we wanted to show what it would take to run the government if departments had the funding that they needed. So one of the things we can see in that in our 2026 original budget, which is the budget that we're utilizing right now with the departments that we have listed, the total for them was $367 million. And if we look at the fully funded budget, we can see it's $460 million that was funded. So pretty much from the original 2026 budget, departments requested additional $93 million to have a fully funded budget. And this is across all our 32 funds in the government. So what we strive to do here was just to kind of update the commission and mayor on what it would take to fully fund government. And again, that number is a $93 million number. So we had 8 city and county departments exceed the 4% growth. So some of those city departments were community development. The amount that they did grow was like 125%. And that growth ended up being like $150,000. And what the reason for the growth was because we shifted a portion of cold weather shelter funding from grants to the city general fund. Also within the police department, they did have a little over 5% growth. The increase there is due to rising inmate housing costs and also system and software costs. And part of the inmate housing is not just cost, but also the volume of the inmates going into the jail. And then with emergency management, increase they had was 102%. And one of the things that we had going on there is we're replacing end-of-life emergency radio network assets. And also we're replacing aging early warning siren infrastructure. And then in the health department, we did have a 10% increase. Sheriff's Department, we did have 7.4% increase in there. One of the things we did there was unfreeze some positions that sheriff had. And then we had where we funded some contractual increases in the Sheriff's Department, which included jail, medical, and food services. So this is a view of city programs that are non-mandated city programs. And these are just to kind of give you an option of things that we do not have to fund. We can see this particular list equals $5.6 million. So we had Neighborhood Resource, have one of their programs, Livable Neighborhoods, Neighborhood Impact Grants in the amount of $35,000. And we have Willow Gill Facility Maintenance, $11,000. Also the cost to run our warming shelter, $230,000. And then we have our senior citizen rebate program at $747,000. And then we have the parks transfer that comes from the city general fund into the consolidated parks fund in the amount of $200,000. That's the incremental growth that's proposed in the 2027 budget. And then we also have lot spraying that's a part of economic development at $85,000. And then under transit, we have our Kansas City Area Transit Authority contract, which is $4 million. And then Public Works with Street Department computer equipment in the amount of $50,000. And then we do contribute $127,000 to downtown shareholders. And then our neighborhood business revitalization that we do contribute to at $220,000. Now I'm going to cover the non-mandated county programs. So the first one we have on the list is the Sheriff's Cadet Programs at $90,000. Also Sci-Fi at $1.2 million. And then over in Aging, Congregate and Deliberate Meals at $218,000. And then also a portion of our county fair at $87,000. And then the K-State Extension Council at $550,000. And then the law library that we have over in the county courthouse at $24,000. And then mental health contributions at $150,000. And this list totals $2.3 million. So what we have here is a view of expenses that cross both the city and the county that are funded together since we are a unified government. So what I covered before, they didn't have any matching funding on either the city or the county side, but all these do have matching funding on both sides. So it would be hard to cut one and not cut the other. So with economic development, land bank, we have lot mowing that's in both the city and the county. And then technology, we have new software initiatives across both the city and the county. Then we have computer replacement across the whole organization. Also, in buildings and logistics, we have mowing and landscape services. And then we have some non-lease finance equipment that's funded across both the city and the county. And then we do provide outside funding for Wyandotte economic development that is paid for across both the city and the county fund. Now I'm going to jump into city general fund and talk about some of the budget changes, and then also talk about some of the meal options. So the city general fund, some of the resources that we had come in for revenues are, we had $192 million of revenue that's proposed in the revenue forecast. That's up almost $11 million. It does give us a ending fund balance of $37 million. And we have a 19% fund balance. So with the 2027 proposed budget, I'll look at some of the expenses that we're funding. Again, we do have a balanced budget, so our expenses equal than $191 million that we have coming in revenues. Net change as far as from year to year is or the net change as far as between the revenues and expenditures are positive $80,000. We had new expenses of almost $10 million coming in. So we see personnel is up $6.3 million. Operating budget is up $3 million, and capital was up slightly at $320,000. Some of the main cost drivers ended up being our union COLAs and our non-union COLAs, and then employee health contributions, which are all personnel, and those by themselves equal $5 million. Also on the city side, we did have jail billing increases that impacts the police department's budget at $790,000. And then we also do have system maintenance agreements across the city general fund in the amount of $724,000. And then system enhancements that we have plugged in also across the city that include Workday and its Acela enhancements. So current information we're looking at now is top table is a fund forecast, and we're looking at scenarios without a mill, and then the bottom table shows the scenarios with a mill. Kind of zoning in on the 2027 budget, we can see without an additional mill, we have a net change in fund balance of almost $2 million. So if we don't have the additional mill, we would need to reduce the budget by about $2 million. We can see with the additional mill within the budget in the lower financial statement, we can see we're $78,000 to the positive. So the key takeaway here is if we were going to reduce the mill, we're going to need to reduce the budget by $2 million. So speaking of reducing the mill, we can move into like looking at some of the financial choices that we have to reduce the mill and look at city mill alternative options. So the tables that are on the right-hand side of the screen definitely have some decision levers that we could utilize. So we originally had proposed safer personnel to fill 12 positions. So what we would do is take that down to 9 positions instead of the 12 positions, and that would save us $383,000 possibly. And then economic development, we had put in 2 additional FTEs into the budget that equal $240,000. Also, there were 2 intergovernmental positions, which include a grant writer at $176,000. Then there was a position for performance measurement in the amount of $85,000, and then a half FTE for unhoused coordinator for $35,000. Also, there's a capital investment where we would look to reduce capital by about $320,000. And then operational improvements, again, we have Workday and Acela enhancements built in at $469,000. Also, we had a third-party administrator built in to help human resources manage third-party medical claims. And then also, we have cold weather shelter built in where we could look at a $105,000 reduction. And then also we had built in fiber program enhancement of $75,000. So just kind of looking at the left side of the page, some of these options that we have a total of $2 million that could be reduced from the budget, looking at this. Also give you all a view of capital schedules on both the, for the city general fund. So what we're looking at is what we had in the budget for the 2026 original budget, and then also the 2026 amended budget, and then what we're proposing in the 2027 budget. And we can see our original budget, we had $482,000 of projects built in, and we amended that amount up $1.2 million for the 2026 amended budget. In 2027, that amount is $665,000. Some of the bigger amounts that we have, while we amended the budget, we're going to open the Mill Street Bridge back up. Also, we had a broadcast system replacement that was built in. And then within the 2027 budget, we do have a few new projects built in, but nowhere to the magnitude of what we had built in for the 2027 amended budget. So here we're providing a view of equipment that is in the 2026 amended budget and also the 2027 budget. One of the big things about equipment on the city side is that most of it is lease finance for fire apparatus, and there's not a whole lot of reduction that could happen there because we're locked into those expenses. But there are a few reductions that could happen. So we like the server infrastructure, also computer equipment, also replace UPS batteries, also firewall replacement, or some of the items that could be looked at to reduce in the city general fund, which definitely would come with some repercussions to our internal services. So the budget changes in the 2026 amended city general fund, just kind of go through some of those. Large revenue drivers are sales and use tax. And then we did a reforecast of that, and we had additional $3 million come in. We did have to reduce our BPU pilot projections by $1.5 million. Some of our large expenditure drivers were, we had additional capital investments at $900,000. We had unbudgeted personnel costs at $1.1 million, and then anticipated jail billing and fuel overruns ended up being $1.1 million. All in all, our amended budget adjustments for additional CIP was $900,000, and one-time adjustments ended up being $1 million. Ongoing identified costs ended up being almost $3 million. And again, just to kind of cover some of those expenditure adjustments, personnel was due to personnel reclass or reforecast. Also, we had a fire recruit class that was built in. Also, we had one-time CIP investments, which included Mill Street Bridge, and then UG broadcast system, and then 311 CRM replacement. And then some of our unexpected operational costs included the jail billing, which is up $553,000, and then fuel increases, and then fire apparatus. And then we did have to add some additional funding for our senior citizen rebate.
Reggie, I have a question. Stites?
Just real quick, Reggie, tell me what, at the bottom line, bottom bullet point that says ongoing identified costs. Pretty vague. I mean, $3 million. What does that mean?
So those were some interfund like corrections that we did have to make within some things we had to pay back for, like a Turner Fire Station reimbursement, also some transit match grant funds that needed to be paid back. That's what that's a part of.
So just to correct me if I'm wrong, Reggie, these are kind of accounting changes that need to be made to make sure the funds are appropriately placed into the right accounts. So we're kind of, this is cleanup. Is that an
Yes.
accurate way to phrase that?
Yes, that is correct.
Commissioner,
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So then why would that be an amended budget adjustment? Because that seems like a number that would have been in the projected budget, right? Not an amendment. We wouldn't, if those were costs that were baked into the deal, whatever we're doing, I mean, why now is it part of an amended?
Also, there were expenses that we identified from prior budget years that we needed to make.
so it's not within the 26, these aren't moves within 26. These are moves to kind of correctly appropriate funds from past budget years. Again, Reggie, correct me if I misstate.
That is correct.
I'll be real honest, clear as mud. I mean, I don't understand how we're talking about previous budgets that now we're moving money. I mean, I just want to be clear about it. I'm not, argumentative here. I'm just trying to figure out, it doesn't seem to make sense to me that we're amending a 26 budget or the budget, 26 budget got amended.
Commissioner Stites, Dr. Kneven wants to answer that for you.
Well, I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Commissioner, hopefully this will make it less than money. So in prior years, there were expenses that were approved in the budget. So for discussion's sake, let's say in 2025 for the Turner Fire Station, $100,000 was approved, it was budgeted, but that transfer to the project fund did not get made. It was an error.
How
So
come?
it just was a human error. And so then what happens if that transfer doesn't get made is those dollars fall to the fund balance when the audit's done. We identified, hey, that needed to be done in the prior year. So it comes back out of that fund balance as it should have never been there to start with. It was budgeted and approved in a prior year. And then it's a correction, so it trues all of that up. It's, a budget's a one-year look, but really it's an ongoing life of projects, if you will. So there were a couple of those that just frankly, I don't know what to point to as to why they didn't get done, but it's factual that they didn't get done. They were budgeted, they were approved, and they should have been done. Those dollars should not have been put to the fund balance. So we're correcting that error.
So if you're able to, and I don't want to prolong this, what got us to $3 million? You mentioned the fire station at 100,000. I think maybe you were just throwing a number out.
I was.
Right? And I'm not, what got us to $3 million? A $3 million, I'm going to just say mistake.
Reggie, the $3 million is ongoing identified cost. I think the one-time adjustments was the 1 million, which is what I'm really referring to because that was the answer that was given. The ongoing identified costs, I believe, are those personnel reforecast because those personnel will still be here, as well as some unexpected operational cost. And then this, I'd have to defer to budget. I should defer to budget on that. But the correction that we're talking about is not an ongoing item. So that's why I think it's in the one-time adjustment.
I appreciate the attempt to make it less muddy, but I'm not sure that it was successful. Thank you, though.
Commissioner Davis.
Just to kind of throw on there, because I was taking a look at the official document that you all put together last week to try to make sense of this as well. So maybe we just kind of go line by line. The ongoing identified cost is 2.9 million, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lindsay, is corresponding to the items that are on the table under expenditure adjustments, right? So to get to 2.91 million, we would have to include the personnel forecast, which is 1.1, the unexpected operational cost, which is 1.5, And then the service level adjustments, is that how we got to the 2.9?
Yes.
Okay, so the question becomes, let's kind of break it down from those three. Personnel reforecast, $1.1 million. Where, explain where that came from.
So those are related to like adjustments that are made throughout the year of, the year that we need to make a reforecast for. So just for instance, like if there was a raise that was given, and there were like multiple raises that were given. Also, we had a fire recruit class that, that was started. So it's items like that.
Gotcha. We're on the city side. I was gonna ask about the sheriff positions. So that came out to $1.1 million. And this was approved by the county administrator within the budget year, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we're committed because those raises, and there were also some hirings that happened, correct?
Yes, and new positions created also.
So these are new positions, meaning vacancies filled or in addition to vacancies?
There were some that were in addition to vacancies also.
So you had new positions, raises, and a new recruiting class. That's where you get the $1.1 million.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the unexpected operational costs, can you explain what that is?
So that includes, one of the things I spoke about earlier, jail billings have gone up. So that's like a $555,000 increase. And then also, the cost of fuel has went up, so fuel increases in there. And then also we have aging fire apparatus, and the maintenance on those have went up, so we have that in there also. Another thing is, our senior citizen rebate program did do really well, and we did have to add some additional budget for that.
Gotcha. And I do remember staff coming in asking. So you said the fire apparatus, senior rebate, what was the other one? Fuel, and there was one more.
Jail billing?
And then the jail costs, which is what the sheriff charges to the PD or the local law enforcement.
Yes, too, and in this case, it's for Kansas City, Kansas Police Department.
Gotcha.
And I won't say the cost is all from sheriff going up. There's also like more people being booked also. So it's also volume and also cost also that makes it go up.
Gotcha. And then the last one, service level adjustments. Can you speak to that? This is the $410,000.
And that includes items that we're trying to do as far as like enhancements to some of our computer systems within internally.
So is that Workday and Excel?
Yes.
Okay. So I know for Workdays, are both of those contractual, or are these additional things that were included like within? Did we plan for this? Is what I'm trying to ask.
So the Workday, and actually I'm looking, it's in the 2027 budget, so it would not.
So Workday that's not
be in there yet.
Okay. So what's included in the 410,000 for the service level adjustments?
I do not know that right off. What are they? So part of our fiber program annual maintenance, and then also we did have to increase for cold weather shelter, and then also other miscellaneous adjustments.
For the 410,000?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think there's still some more clarity that I would like on those items as well, just to make sure that we have it, because some of it, I guess in my mind, I'm getting jumbled between the 2027, what's proposed, and then 2026, what's requested. I believe there's more information on this in the packet that you all did last week. that I might be able to find tonight, but I don't know for colleagues if you all were able to look at that. That also added a lot of those items. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank Commissioner Davis for asking all those questions. This is kind of a continuation of a conversation that we were having as a commission the other day of a realization of a long-term practice, and this is not this budget team's fault, it's not this administrator's fault, of a long-term practice of when revenue comes in higher than projections, staff goes and adds it to a departmental budget, line item budget, what have you, but does not come to the commission at that time, but waits until the next budget cycle. This is my opinion, I only speak for myself. I don't think that should be a practice. The commission is just like the legislature, just like Congress, holds the power of the purse. Just because we have additional revenue coming in should not mean more spending authority. And again, this is not on this budget team, it is not on this administrator. It's just a long-term practice that has happened that we need to break. And so I think that is something we as a commission need to look at with budget policy wise of when revenues are coming in higher than what's projected in the adopted budget. Where does that revenue go? How does that happen? And if staff want to use it, what is the process of how we should go about that? Not waiting till next year, next budget cycle, then when we're in this position right now, trying to find out answers of where the additional revenue went. So that is something I hope we can work on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Is the money already spent? Or you want to spend it, especially on the amended 26 budget?
So like in personnel with the reforecast, that money would.
It's
that money
already spent.
Yes, and also like the unexpected operational costs, jail billing.
That was already spent.
Fuel increases, and then also fuel apparatus maintenance, and then senior citizen rebate. Those are definitely funding that have already been spent.
So what hasn't been spent that we're asking for? Is that in the amended 3 million? Because on this says 4 million, but on this page.
So some of the things would be like the Mill Street Bridge. That is something that we have not started yet.
So we set a budget, and then how did we know we got more money in to know to go ahead and spend over budget? This is not your problem, Reggie.
So where for like 2025's budget, we did spend less. So we built our fund balance up, and we did it. We still had our revenues, and we built our fund balance up. So we ended up adding like $3.1 million to our fund balance in 2025, and so which will allow for to spend more funding, and still have the fund balance go up.
Okay.
But in some
But it
cases,
is a practice for us to go into the fund balance so that we can exceed budget because we don't have enough revenue to come in to cover expenses.
I want to say it's a practice because we have had years where
We haven't had to
we
do
have
that.
not amended the budget. So I
Okay.
want to say that it's a practice.
Okay. Commissioner Kump?
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. Just think I'm kind of echoing the sentiment up here on the commission, or at least Commissioner Ramirez. I don't want to speak for everybody, but these hirings outside of the budget, these expenditures, I would really prefer those come before the commission outside of the budget to approve that spending. And I've spoken, with Administrator Howes, and I understand this was a prior administration, but this is something that I believe we're aligned on. But I mean, ultimately, we are the holders of the coin purse, and I think this level of expenditure has to be approved by us who are elected prior to spending $4 to $10 million outside of the budget, essentially. I don't know, Administrator House, I don't want to speak for you, but I know in our conversation, I think you agreed.
Yeah, we have talked about this, and I think I've talked about it from the dais as well. I mean, I think that is a fundamental power that belongs to the commission, and the ones that you see are the one-time CIP investments. These are, as an example, things that we are bringing to you for consideration in this process that has not been committed to, not been expended, so that you all have the ability to make the decision, yes or no, as to whether you want to expend those funds. Some of these, like the interfund corrections, that sort of stuff, that's, we kind of obligated on those things. But for other ones, as you noted, particularly on the personnel side, where we are incurring significant ongoing costs that we're committing to for the indefinite future, absolutely.
Commissioner Davis.
I maybe have an idea. So I'm curious on the cadence on some of these actions, right? So you have some hirings where it's like, okay, so and so gets hired, that kind of bumps them up, salary, benefits, what have you. But then the department, right, that they are within doesn't have the budget to handle that level, right? And if I'm not mistaken, we do per policy give the administrator, is it a $50,000 threshold or is it $100,000? Where it like there's discretion that the board gives the county administrator to say, at this level, you are able to move dollars around. But once you get over that threshold, then you have to come before the commission. Can anybody, legal or finance staff, does anybody know what that
So
threshold is?
if it's over $50,000 and it's an emergency, the county administrator can make the call.
So $50,000 is the threshold.
Yes.
$50,000.
But if it's over $50,000, it needs to be emergency.
Gotcha. So it have to be an emergency, but in this case, we're not necessarily talking emergencies per se. So my whole point of bringing all this up was, is there a cadence by which staff was notified that we are over budget? Same question, or within that same vein, is there a particular time where staff realized we thought we were going to get X amount of dollars in sales tax, we actually got much more? Because it's my understanding the state is responsible for that, and we're getting that information in. So I'm curious, between those two questions, what's the cadence by which staff is being made aware, or is staff even being made aware that we are over budget or under forecasting?
So when we do our like year-end analysis, I mean, we do see that we did have more revenue come in. So there's some cases that we have some of our revenue categories, we have like less revenue come in, and then in some cases, we have more revenue come in. So we do know, like looking at year-end numbers, like if we were over budget or under budget as far as revenues and what we forecasted.
Gotcha.
And the same with expenditures once we reach year end.
Gotcha. And I know for ED&F, we actually have those quarterly reports as well. I think it would probably be helpful for us to get into the minutia of this at that time, so we would know in that quarterly report whether or not some action could be made. Dr. Knieven, I don't know if you had more to add here.
Yeah, I was gonna, Shelley Knieven, CFO, I was just gonna add, one of the improvements we've made really within the last 6 months is now all the departments are getting budget reports. Departments are focused on expenses, not on revenues, okay? They're approved for a budget, to your all's point, and they're responsible for monitoring that budget and staying within those parameters. And so they are getting a detailed budget report every month on how they're doing, and they're charged with that responsibility. The changes that we've made in terms of budgeting personnel has been a process. And we're moving into this 100%. But as a reminder, we had a number of positions for the sheriff that were approved, like you can field them, but they weren't 100% budgeted. So we knew that going in, not the best practice, but as far as we could get, we were in a transition So in the 27 budget, we've done more advancement towards that. But you also sometimes will have overtime. So if you have a department that has high vacancies and you have mission critical work that has to be done, you are obligated to meet minimum staffing. You pay overtime. Once you've paid it, it's an obligation. And that happens in a biweekly basis. And so this is not individual pay, hires.
Sure.
Budget then looks at the global, as Reggie was just saying, the global, how are revenues doing once the audit is done? Finance is looking at the quarterly budget to actuals to make sure that we're coming in as we expected. And then there's reforecasts that are done throughout the year on the revenue side, but that's not on the department side. So I just hope that gives you a little bit of explanation that the departments do have that information, but they're looking throughout the year. They're not looking at any forecasts through year end. And so right now we're in August, so I would have gotten a budget report for finance that said, here was your budget, $10, and you are at $6 spent. Okay, so I'm like, I'm doing pretty good. But you've got to look at the fuller forecast, and that's where these budget analysts become really helpful, working with the departments to look for those disconnects where maybe overtime's going to be forecasted to go higher. And that's some of what you're seeing here is they're forecasting for the rest of 26 based on the information we had up through mid-year. We can look at the process, as interim administrator said, where we could bring budget amendments back forward. We have done that before for some specific things when there's a change or when there's we see an anomaly that will have a longer term. So that certainly we could implement that practice. There's state law requirements in terms of public hearings and that type of thing. And I think that's why in Kansas, it's very common for cities to do a once-a-year budget amendment. Now, that does not mean we couldn't do more active engagement with the commission, informing you all, here's what's going on and getting some guidance from you. But I think this is more of a procedural action. But we need to we need to do a better job communicating on when we see these changes that are coming.
Yeah, and I understand that some of these things you cannot anticipate or in real time, staff may not know. I think what would be good is if we were to use those quarterly reports that come to ED&F to get those updates to say, hey, we are over budget on overtime. Hey, our fuel costs are going up. We are maxed out, like just so that we have some idea of what is taking place and we are not surprised come budget time. One more question, I'm so sorry. We did approve the additional dollars for the rebate. That did not require a public hearing. So what is the threshold? We could do it for the rebates, but we don't have to do it for these much more expensive items?
Yeah.
So it doesn't require a public hearing to be approved. It just requires
To amend the
you-
budget does not.
No, so it just requires you all to like approve it. It doesn't need a public.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
that's okay. So we do not. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Burns.
Reggie, concerning the Mill Street Bridge, I trust, if I'm reading this correctly, that it was on 2026 amended budget. There was infusion of $300,000.
That is correct.
Okay. I see there won't be any carryover for 27. Are they going to have to use all that money in the next 4 months to repair that bridge?
So there is a possibility if they did not utilize it within 4 months, they could encumber the funding and it could carry over into 2027.
Okay, I think that's a lot of the confusion. To allow that to go over to the next budget.
And so it would still be within the same budget, like in the 2026 budget. It would just be that they would encumber the funding within the 2026 budget. And if they didn't spend it all, it would allow them to
Have they done anything?
So it hasn't been approved yet, so it's in the 2026 amended budget to be approved. And so whenever you all, as a commission, do approve the budget, they would have access to the funding to be able to start the project. So if it's not in the 2026 original budget that
Right.
they have access to right now, it would be in the 2027 amended budget. And let's just say if we did approve the budget next week on September 3rd, we would upload that information so they could start spending on it.
So then we would, I thought you said it's already been approved.
No, it hasn't been approved. It's in the budget as being proposed in the 2026 amended budget.
The 2026 amended budget, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I might have misunderstood you, stood that you were asking me if it was in this budget that we were proposing. So no, it's definitely not in the 2026 original budget right now.
I get that. So we have to approve it in the 2026 amended budget then.
Yes.
Why do we wait so long to approve the amended stuff?
As part of the budget process, when we do go through the budget process, we do amend the budget for that current year, along with the budget that we're proposing for the next year, and they are approved on the same day.
Okay, pretty confusing to me, but I have to trust what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Reggie.
If I might, so this is an example, and the 311 system is another example of capital items that were placed into the 26 amended that came up in discussions with the commission as items that could be priorities that they would like to see funded sooner rather than later. So the Mill Street Bridge and the 311 system were placed into the proposed 2026 amended budget to be funded in the 2026 budget year, so that work could commence sooner rather than later on those should the commission approve the 2026 amended.
I think that's a better explanation. Thank you, Al.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna ask a question, but use an overly simplified example. If a department is given $20 for their department, but at the very end of the budget cycle, they've only used 15, what happens to that remainder of the budget that was given?
In most cases, it would go to fund balance.
So it goes automatically to fund balance. So you don't build off of that remainder for the next budget. You kind of start at zero by going it to fund balance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed with your presentation.
Now we're going to move over into the county general fund and talk about some of the revenue changes there and also some of the changes on the expense side, and then also look at meal options. So what we're looking at now is this is the county general fund. We're projecting approximately $103 million in revenues to come in. That'll be up like $10 million. We'd have an ending fund balance of $5.6 million there and a 5.5% reserve. And so looking at some of the resource changes, we see the property tax adjustment total is about $5 million. Motor vehicle taxes end up being about $1.1 million. Then sales and use tax forecast about $1.1 million.
Reggie, can you?
And then the motor vehicle transaction fee is about $1.3 million. And then jail revenues, we talked about jail revenues on the city side, which was an expense, but on the county side, the sheriff, he actually brings in revenue to the county general fund. And as part of the rate increase that is going on for fees for sheriff across the county, there'll be a additional $800,000 coming in revenues in the county general fund. So some of the 2027 county general fund expenses are, we have $103 million of expenses coming in that do match up to the $103 million of revenues coming in. The change, net change between revenues and expenses with the additional meals, $213,000. New expenses equal $9 million. So part of what makes up the adjustments are in personnel, the $5.2 million. We definitely have union COLA increases, and then we had non-union COLA increases that are part of that number. In capital, we have emergency radio backhaul, which is almost $1 million. Then we had in emergency management, we also have the ARX radio replacement, that's $500,000. And then we have a tax management system that we're looking at implementing across two years. Then also in emergency management, we do have a siren radio siren replacement at that totals $2 million. And then the operating budget, we have system maintenance agreements, also sheriff commits, contracts, and then system enhancements at $1.3 million. And again, some of those largest cost drivers, I did already cover some of them. The emergency radio backhaul, the release financing, we in the 2027 budget have $989,000 in the budget. And then also we did build an additional $900,000 to remove the personnel trend, and then built in an additional $900,000 for sheriff overtime. Then I talked about the unions COLA and then the non-union COLAs. Then the sheriff position count update where we would be unfreezing 6 of his positions. So here we're looking at fund financial statements where top financial statement is showing what the budget looks like without an additional meal for the county general fund. And so one of the things that we can look and see in 2027 budget, without that additional millage built in, we would have to solve for $946,000 to balance the budget out. And then the bottom financial statement is the view of the budget with the additional millage built in. And so we have a positive $215,000 within the budget with the additional millage built in. So a view that we have now is just if we're not going to build if a mill would not be built in, here's some options of some things that could be adjusted. So we have total of $3.3 million of things that could be adjusted. So including personnel additions at $786,000, sci-fi $1.2 million, a capital adjustment at $800,000, and then operational improvements at $458,000. And so as part of those personnel additions, that would include the sheriff staffing that we would be freezing those positions, and then also intergovernmental positions in amount of 2 full-time equivalents, and then a performance measure position that we have within the budget, and then unhoused coordinator. And then as far as capital investments, we'd eliminate the debt lease on lease finance for radios. Also, we'd cut back on the graduated siren replacement. And then also we'd have some capital realignment within Sheriff's Department. And then operational improvements on the county side, we have Workday and Excel enhancements that amount to $218,000. And then also third-party administrator that would be funded for the HR department, $65,000 on the county side. And then land bank operations, which would include some of the mowing that happens there, $175,000.
Reggie, I have a question from Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Reggie, if we go back to the slide prior, the county general fund, yeah, if we go back there on the top, no mill. It's what you're showing us in 27 is the same budgeted expenses, correct? But the change in the fund balance.
Yeah, so
If
it's
we,
the same expenses, but the revenues are
the
low.
change in the revenue.
Yes.
So I'm gonna say the dreaded, we can do the things with no mill, we just drop our fund balance. Is that a fair statement?
So I mean, if you didn't make any adjustments to any of the expenses, you
Okay.
would drop the fund balance.
And then the
But
next, go
we
ahead.
would need to make adjustments to make sure we have a structurally balanced budget.
Okay, the next page, again, no mill options in the county general fund. You're giving us proposed suggestions of what we would take out. Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Commissioner Bynum, Shelley Knieven. To further clarify, on slide 23, we have a half of the 1 mil that's proposed for an increase. A half of it is in the general fund. The other half is over in a fund for sci-fi. So that's why those two numbers don't reconcile. It's about 946,000 here, but that's because there's another amount of money over in another fund for sci-fi specifically.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of pigging back off Commissioner Bynum's question. The county, personally for me, again, speak for myself, the county budget is one that I'm finicky on cutting from. Because my question is, what percentage of the county budget is state mandated? Or by state mandated programs or departments? Do we know what percentage of the county budget?
That's a good question.
Well, 58%,
So 58% of our county
and that
budget.
includes like all levies and not just the county general fund.
Okay, so 58% of our budget is state mandated programs or departments that have to be by state law budgeted and paid for. That's where county, that's where, again, I say I'm finicky on being us very careful on cutting what we need to or reducing because of that, just because of that nuance. Just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Can we go back to page 24, slide 24? That alone is tough. That is hard. I cannot imagine what we would be looking like if we voted to stay revenue neutral. I could, it would be that times what, double, almost triple. I don't think anything on here is waste. I don't think anything on here is us being frivolous with folks' money. I don't think anything on here is like, you know, we are being unresponsive to the community survey or what folks have to say. I wish the folks that were here on Monday were here today to see, even when we're just looking at removing a mill, these are things that a lot of us have been advocating for, that our community has wanted, that many of us in here have wanted, and it's impacting both the Northeast area, the mowing, it's impacting out west with sci-fi. I mean, there's a lot here that is going to be really, really tough to say no unless there are better options that folks have, that they surely now would be the time to say, you know, here's my bright idea. But I just want to make it very, very clear. This is one of the reasons why voting to exceed revenue neutral I make that vote because this right here is hard. It is hard. And when comments are made that revenue neutral worked, then okay, making this work alone is going to be hard. Making revenue neutral work would have been even harder. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So if you can go back to the slide where it shows the non-mandated, why is it that the first thing that appears like on a cut is sci-fi, something that affects the entire county, not just out west, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, because the county, which is also Kansas City, Kansas, would receive 50% of sci-fi. So it's the entire city. And I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't. I mean, they're in the county, right? And they're a larger footprint. But how on the non-mandated, I think it might have been back one or another, I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm just saying, if we're looking for shortfalls, I mean, why are we not looking to reduce in maybe all categories, right? That we can do, and not just say, okay, we're going to eliminate one program. I mean, where that is an impact on the county side that affects the entire county, the whole populace of Wyandotte County. So why are we not looking at trying to bridge that gap in other areas, not just one? That's my question. Thank you.
So one of the reasons the adjustments that we made that we are proposing on slide 24, or those are things that we had just built into the budget. And we wanted to allow you as the elected body to weigh in on the other items. So, I mean, the mandated that are right now, we still can make the adjustments, but we proposed back what we had put into the proposed budget.
Please proceed.
So also, we wanted to provide a view of the county general fund and capital projects that are over in the county general fund from both the amended and the proposed budget. So the total of the projects here for the amended budget are about $1.1 million for 2027. The total of those projects is about $3.2 million. Some of the larger projects again here are like the APX radio replacement, which is the emergency management, and then also the graduator siren replacement program. Then also we have tax management system replacement here that does add some additional funding to the budget. And then also the radio system backhaul network. So between those projects, those are a lot of what increases the 2027 proposed budget as compared to what we have in the 2026 original and the 2026 amended budget. So in this case, the 2026 original and 2026 amended budget, we did not have the same type of increase that we had over in the city general fund. We did go up about $128,000 or so, but it's not comparable to what we had over in the city general fund.
Rhett, I'll just add one other point too, which is one of the moves that we were trying to make in the 27 proposed was to start using more cash for projects and reduce the reliance on lease financing and debt financing so that we were not incurring those long-term obligations and over time increasing the costs of what we're purchasing because we're paying financing costs. So some of these did increase, like we were trying to use more cash on the siren replacement project and on the APX replacement project. Not entirely cash, but more cash. And we did this on both the city and the county side of the budget. And again, trying to reduce our reliance on debt and give us yourselves as the elected body more flexibility in future budget years, because, it's a lot easier to adjust when you're paying with cash than, as we saw earlier on the city side, if you're locked in on lease financing on a fire truck for 4 years or 6 years, that you cannot change that outlay for that period of time. So again, that's just one of the pieces that was built into the 27 proposed budget, and it was intentional in how we structured it. Even though it does have more upfront costs because with cash, but it has lower lifetime costs because you're not paying the financing costs, and it creates more flexibility for the commission in out budget years.
Please proceed.
Current slide's giving a view of capital equipment across the county. So we see it's mostly made up of sheriff and technology. Pretty much the increases are detention center camera update, also update and replace detention center administration computers, and then in technology replace UPS batteries, and then also firewall replacement. So we can see in 2026 original budget, the equipment actually did go down as a comparison to the amended budget. And then in 2027, we do have a slight increase in the amount, about $75,000. Now we're going to go through some of the budget changes overview for the 2026 amended in the county general fund. The amended budget ended 2026 fund balance about $2.7 million higher than we originally approved. The largest revenue cost drivers were motor vehicle taxes at $1 million, sales and use tax reforecast at $640,000. Largest expenditure cost drivers was sheriff personnel at $2.1 million, and the payback of a debt fund for a DA digitizing project that happened in the amount of $378,000. And then amended budget adjustments, we did make additional CIP investments in the amount of $95,000. And then we had a one-time adjustment of $378,000. And then ongoing costs of $2.9 million.
We have a question from a commissioner, Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. Reggie, forgive me for not remembering. I know we funded the digitizing for the DA, but you're saying we debt funded that? We did it multiple years ago, and it was several $million, right?
Yes, and so it's one of the items that we kind of talked about earlier where it was something that was not fully paid out, and so we ended up having to pay out something from a prior year because it was missed.
Okay, thanks.
County Administrator.
Just anticipating the question, Reggie, the ongoing identified costs on the county 26 amended, can you just explain in more detail kind of what is in that 2.97 million?
So definitely, like, we have the personnel reforecast of the $2.2 million, and then the unexpected operational costs of $214,000, and then service level adjustments of $500,000 that make up those amounts. And the personnel forecast is definitely just again, items that have happened throughout the year that we had to build back into the budget. Also some overtime in some of our public safety areas. And so basically moving on to some of the budget actions that would happen next week on Thursday, September the 3rd, for budget consideration and adoption. We have 5 resolutions / ordinances that we'd be looking at adopting to be adopting the 2027 budget for the county of Wyandotte. And then also a resolution / ordinance adopting the 2027 budget for the city of Kansas City, Kansas. And then a resolution for the BPU pilot rate, setting the rate there. And then an ordinance for the self-supporting municipal improvement. District.
Reggie, you talking soft, babe. Can you pick that? I did.
All right.
You start, your voice will start going down and down.
And then the resolution for a motor vehicle fee. And then on Thursday, September 17th, we would be bringing back a resolution for the Wyandotte County Library budget adoption. And that is the end of the information that we had to present tonight.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? I would like, oh, Jesus. Okay, Pacheco, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. I'm going to have some specific questions on a few departmental things, and then I'll ask a couple broader ones. Number one, can somebody, I keep going back to these safer grants for the fire department, and I just don't understand how we're making the math work. Not necessarily for this budget for 2027, but how are we keeping the positions the same into 2028, as I understand it, when the grant funding will be expiring? So I'm trying to understand. I haven't been able to get my head around the plan of how we're doing that.
How we doing?
So there would be 17 positions that will be expiring. First, we bought 12 positions where we were looking at funding. And the way we would get from 12 positions to 17 positions is we would use overtime to make up the remainder of that. Also, we'd be looking at some efficiencies within the system to help make up for that. With the pressure on the additional meal, one of the recommendations that we had today was to reduce that number from 9 to 12 and still look for more efficiencies. And we would be providing overtime, so we would be meeting the contractual obligation.
And you feel like you're making that decision based off of what we've approved, which is only 1 additional mill, correct?
So the decision with, if we were going down an additional meal, we would definitely be looking at reducing to 9 from the 12 that we propose with the additional meal.
Okay. So I'll just say very plainly, and not to any of our staff, but just my own personal opinion, is that if we're gonna adopt a budget which in any way, shape, or form cuts police or fire, it's just not something I can get down with. That's one of the things I ran on. I believe in it very strongly. I think it's an important part of our community, and it's one of the things that our people depend on every single day. If we get to a point where we end up net negative in positions in a few years, that's just not something that I can support. And that's not anything that budget has done wrong. I'm not saying it towards you guys. You guys are operating within the constraints that we've given you. But I just, that's just one of those areas where personally I want to be on record that I don't think I can approve something of that measure. Similarly, we talked a lot about in the sheriff's office, had about 3 million more increase. We said about a 7% increase. Reggie, can you kind of speak to a little bit to what seemed to make up that increase?
So the sheriff's department, we definitely have an additional $660,000 within the budget. There are some positions that he has frozen, and there is the possibility that with him being a elected office and one of the mandated services that we have to provide, we have six positions that are frozen of his and that he could hire for if he finds the people. So we're unfunding or unfreezing those positions and putting $660,000 within the budget. And then also from prior years, just with budgets being so tight and us doing what we call trending personnel budgets, we found that we did need to do a reforecast of his budget to add an additional $900,000 in to make sure that he is fully funded for the positions that we have him funded for. And then also there are adjustments in his budget where contractual agreements for end of career payouts that we definitely have to make sure is in his budget also.
Thank you. Mayor, is it okay if I ask Sheriff Soptic?
Yes, I was just about to ask him to come up to the podium, please. Thank you, Sheriff Soptic. Good evening to you, sir.
Sheriff Soptic, thank you. Sorry, were you going to say something?
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, no, thank you for coming up. No, I just wanted to try to hear it from the horse's mouth. How do you understand the funding position, like the unfreezing of positions, how it affects your department and what it means to you, just so I can kind of understand it from your point of view as well, not just the budgetary standpoint.
Sure. I don't want to go off on any tangents, so if I start talking too much, just tell me to shut up, because quite honestly, I have a lot to say at this point. Commissioner Stites, to your point, clear as mud, I would agree, particularly on this issue. So everybody's familiar with a PIN, right, when we're talking positions. So that is how many, every position, every employee has a PIN number. So currently there are 32 unfilled deputy PINs at the sheriff's office. Why that's important is because even, and I think this is where it gets lost, even if we filled all 32 of those, that doesn't give us extra people. That's not, oh, they're flush with people. You have to look at it historically. And historically, PINs have been given up through prior administrations. Things have happened to those PINs to where we've been reduced to where we're at now for a total PIN count. So, I get asked, well, if we hire those 32 people, does the overtime completely go away? No, it would reduce and reduce greatly. But it doesn't go away because that's not extra people. What it means is currently we are operating very, very, very short. And so what frustrates me is the 600,000 or whatever it is, that's not new PINs. I didn't go to the county administrator and say, hey, I want to request 6 new PINs. What I said was the PINs that I currently have need to be funded, or at least available to be funded in the event I have 32 qualified applicants show up tomorrow and I hire them. The comment was made about the constitutional office, and that's exactly where we're at. What I'm telling you as your sheriff is those positions, if I get the opportunity, need to be filled in order to operate the sheriff's office at an appropriately staffed level. And so where it becomes tricky is it looks like a huge increase. And I'll tell you, we sat in here with the department heads when staff went over it and that number came out and half the room looked at me like, how'd you pull that off? I'm like, that's not the case. These are positions that already existed that, in my opinion, should have been funded all along, and they never have been, at least not to the level completely funded. So what ended up happening is in the last budget, I believe last year, several of my funded positions out of that 32 were frozen. And so what it took me to a point where I had qualified applicants coming in, but I was going to run out of funded, unfrozen PINs. So my conversation with the then county administrator was, hey, remember, you have an obligation to fund these if I'm able to fill them. And that is where, to my understanding, is why he then added the funding or authorized or whatever he did. I don't pretend to begin to understand that part of it, but that's how that came to be.
Had those positions been funded originally from day one, fully, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But they haven't been. I'm not blaming anybody. You guys inherited what you inherited. I inherited what I inherited. So here we are. But that is very frustrating to me, and I think it's confusing when you see that. I think, again, back to there's a perception that, well, he doesn't need 32. If we did 15, he'd still be okay. We're not okay at 15. And I'll say it again, 32, while that may be the authorized number of pins I have, 32 more deputies doesn't put me in a position to say, I got extra folks. All that does is really get us to a break-even point. And so if that's what you're getting at, that's that explanation. I said I had something else. I don't want to go off on a huge tangent, but I do want to address, because I've seen it several times, the jail billing issue. So let me explain a couple things. And I think most of you probably already know this, so please don't take this as me talking at you. I just want to explain it. The Wyandotte County Jail is not a city jail. It is a county jail. Okay? That's what it's designed for. That's what it is. It's a county jail. If the 3 cities within Wyandotte County want to have their own city jails, knock yourself out. You guys could have your own city jails. The statute says that if a city within the county wants to house at the county jail, they can, and I have to take them, but then I get to bill a reasonable rate for those people. So that is where that comes from. When an inmate or when an arrestee is booked on city charges for KCK, Bonner, or Edwardsville, we bill those cities a daily rate. That daily rate has been low forever. What we know, every single year, there's an increase. There's a CPI increase for everything. So when I first came into office, the jail rate had not been raised since 2011. So I went back and looked just at a flat CPI. What did we have from 2012, I think, and it was to 2024. And it was like 33% increase. And there had been no increases. So you start looking across other counties. I talked to Johnson County at what they're charging. I can tell you, and I won't say who, but there is a county that's charging a lot because they are a sheriff. They have determined this is what it costs to run the jail on a daily rate down to the penny. So here is what we're going to charge these cities. And it is a whole lot more than what I have proposed for the change into 2027. But again, I don't think it's fair. I mean, it would be sticker shock. This number would be it'd be nothing compared to what it could be if we did a huge increase all at once. So my approach was I'll take it small until we get to a place that puts us in a better position. But at the same time, and Reggie mentioned it, that's not the huge driver of your jail cost increase. The huge driver, and I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent, but your huge driver is the length of time that an inmate is in the jail for a city charge. So why that's important is if you arrest the same amount of people in a year and the same amount of people get booked on city charges, but 1 year they're out in, let's just say 5 days. The next year they're out in 11 months. That's going to change. Your rate that you're being billed is increased because the day you get billed by the day. The days that they're there have increased. I can tell you we have somebody right now booked on city charges that will be there for 11 months from today. I'm not telling you it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you that's where those increases come from. It's not that the sheriff is raising the daily rate to a point that it's now affecting the city. It's the length of time that the city municipal booked inmates are staying in the jail. Okay? So that's that, I think it was 700,000, if I remember. Okay, so the current rate, daily rate's 86.50, 86.75. I raised it to $100 a day. That $100 a day does not account for 706,000 or whatever it is. That number is because of the length of stay of the municipal inmates. When a municipal charge is disposed of and they have a county charge, now we stop billing the city because they are there on a county charge. And back to my original comment, that is the function of the county jail, is to hold those inmates. So once there's no city charge, be it KCK, Bonner, Edwardsville, whoever, then the county, the sheriff's office absorbs the entire burden of that daily rate, if you will. Does that make sense? So I just wanted to clear those two things up in particular, because I know they keep coming up and coming up and coming up. I will say, and I don't know that you asked me this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. When you look at the total increase in a budget like mine, you have to keep in mind that everything from ammo to food to medical cost to commodities, I always joke, you guys buy toilet paper, by the big package. We buy it by the pallet. And you know what you pay for toilet paper now compared to last year, right? So those are all things that we have continued to reduce every year to a point that now we're here telling you these are the bare minimums. We're talking employee safety issues if we reduce more. We're talking inmate safety issues if we reduce more. We're talking general liability. We're talking work conditions that continue to deteriorate. And there are some items in here that you see for like refurbishing of areas. That's where we're at. We're at the minimums. Workplace safety. There's a upgrade for the records area, and I won't go into detail about that, but those are workplace safety issues that I'm responsible for. And so when at least with the sheriff's office, when you get a budget from the sheriff's office, it's not glitz and glamour. These are the basics. This is what we have to do. And somebody said it, we can't keep cutting the basics. It doesn't work. We're out of room. And so I apologize if I took more time than you wanted.
Oh, thank you.
But I just wanted to clear up some of those issues.
I do appreciate it. I don't know if anybody else has questions for the sheriff while he's up here. I do want to ask a few more questions generally, but while he's here.
Okay, I have Commissioner Ramirez on.
Oh, sure.
Commissioner Ramirez, is this off? Can Commissioner Burns ask her question related to this? I'm sorry, Commissioner. I was looking at Burns. Commissioner Bynum?
Just give us the scenario where someone is in the jail for 11 months on a city charge before it potentially becomes a county charge.
It'll never become a county charge.
But I heard you say if
No,
that
some-
becomes a county charge,
Somebody
then
could
it
come in
flips
with,
to the county.
somebody could come in with both.
Okay.
And so if they have both, once the city charge is disposed, the county, assuming the county charge still exists. So for example, somebody comes in on a city warrant, but they're also put on a 48-hour hold and they're eventually charged with something. Once that city warrant is disposed of, then the city quits paying and the county picks that up.
So is that the scenario? Because I didn't quite track the answer. I was, in my mind, I was thinking that's a person who can't make bail or something like that, but that's not what you're saying.
No. I mean, a long-term city court charge, for instance, could be somebody that has multiple city cases that have compounded over the years. And a decision has been made outside of my purview, obviously, that this person's going to serve some city time to, that's the sentence, if you will. And because it's a city charge and a city function, it becomes a responsibility of that city to pay that daily rate while that person's there. That makes sense?
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez. But you might want to just stay there, Commissioner,
I
Soptic.
will wait. My
You'll
questions are
wait?
connected to the sheriff.
Okay. Commissioner Pacheco, you still had a question for him?
No longer, actually, but I had a few more comments. But if somebody else has, I don't want him to be getting extra steps. I know.
Commissioner Lopez, is this related to Soptic?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, green light, go. So the $100 charge per day, is that added to the inmate at the end of the day? And why can't we do that?
No, because that is a charge. You can't charge somebody to keep them in jail, which is essentially what you'd be doing.
Well, I mean,
So-
like room and board, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, I can't give you the legalities of it, but what I can tell you is they've been arrested. I know somebody that can, but they've been arrested. And so is then the responsibility of the arresting agency as far as to your comment, room and board. But do you want to add to that?
Sure. So
Who are you?
there is language in the statute.
Who are you?
Oh,
You
my
got to
name
say
is-
your name,
I'm
please.
sorry. My name is Casey Meyer, Deputy Chief Counsel tonight.
Your place of residency.
There is language in the statute that would permit us to charge inmates. We would need commission approval to adopt a policy like that, so that that doesn't currently exist, which why he is not allowed to do that currently. And I also don't know how many jurisdictions do that. And so if that's something the commission would want us to explore, I would be happy to do that, but it would need approval.
Okay, so let's just say that it was. So Casey, basically, if we waved a wand tonight and that's what we're doing now, I was just kind of doing the math, like the individual you're saying is staying 11 months, that came to like a little over 34,000 if we were going to hit him with that, or hit that person with that.
So the problem you're going to have is there's still going to be a daily rate billed to the city. I'm still going to bill that daily rate. So now what you're looking at is recouping that cost back. And I mean, that's.
Well, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, that individual is going to think twice before you're going to go commit a crime, because now he's got a bill at 34,000.
Well, I'm not going to debate that with you.
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that, you know, that.
I don't know that that's a deterrent, quite frankly, but that's my personal opinion.
Right, no, I understand.
I can tell you across the state, and I have not talked with Casey about this, there's been some discussion amongst the sheriffs. Because mostly when you're talking about recouping costs, they generally try to recoup medical costs. And there's been some conversation recently about sheriffs trying to recoup cost. And there has yet to be any sheriff that has responded that
Right,
they've
and
been successful with that.
And I know we're not a collection agency either, and I know that, but at the same time, just because, you know, and I don't mean in a bad way, but like, just because other agencies or other counties aren't doing it, doesn't mean that we, you know, hey, you know what, we could be the first one.
No, but there may be a reason why. And so there's going to be costs associated with recovering those costs.
Right.
And-
Well, one day they got to get a job and it'll be garnished.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Burns, was this related to Soptic? Okay, and then Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Sheriff, for coming. I would like to go back a little history in the early 80s when I was across the street as a county clerk and then county commissioner. We were sued by the ACLU to build a new jail. And going through a lot of process, and I was fortunate enough by the federal judge to be on the jail population committee, which was we had to do certain things, certain time. My question to you right now is what is the jail population?
The jail population. So it fluctuates anywhere between 480 and 520, give or take.
Yeah, and I think originally it was built for 310 maybe?
And then it was double bunked.
Yeah,
several
until it
years
was
ago.
double bunked, exactly.
Yep.
Okay. I think I know why they're staying in jail that long. I have a good clue why they are. I won't go into it either. But well, how often do you have inmates that can get out of jail, but they really don't want to? Do you have any?
I mean, I think we could point, particularly in the cold months, I would say that comes up sometimes.
Okay,
We've had inmates that have been released and intentionally done things immediately to come back. But as far as putting a number on it, I couldn't do that.
today, how many farm outs do you have?
30, 40. So our population here lately has been low enough that we've been able to keep that down.
Right,
We did have a fear with World Cup that we were going to have to farm out a large amount to keep the population down enough that we had room. But our population went down at that time or lowered at that time. Plus, we had no issues as it related to World Cup, so it was a non-issue. But you may or may not know there was a law change in July having to do with bond amount. And I won't speak again to the legalities of it because that's not my wheelhouse. But I can tell you there is a fear across the state, at least with sheriffs, that that's going to impact population numbers because it impacts how the judges assign bonds for stuff. And so, higher bonds have the potential to raise the population. What I can tell you is we track that, and starting July 1st, we have started to see a slight increase. We're 2 months in, nothing huge yet, but that's time will tell on that.
yeah. Well, sir, I have a deep appreciation what you and the sheriff office does. And I hope everyone else does. I know it can get complicated. People don't really realize what goes on in a jail every day. But I admire what you and your office does. I know for a fact what goes on and how it has to be across the street. And I just wish you well in this coming budget year.
I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Davis.
Two things. One, this is interim county administrator House. If we can get some memo or some information from municipal court, just to hear from their side, because these are city charges, so it is coming from our city municipal court. That would be great, just so we have context or the other side of this conversation. And even for legal, I'm assuming it's our prosecutors within the legal office that is taking on some of these cases that's the sheriff is mentioning?
That's correct. And I actually supervise our prosecutor's office. And when I was notified that the jail population was starting to increase, partly because of slightly longer municipal court sentences, I did reach out to municipal court judge Schultz and asked her from their perspective, maybe if this is a trend, if we think it's going to even out. And I will get you that memo, but what her response was that there were some cases where when someone is sentenced, they're usually not sentenced to jail initially. They're sentenced to a term of probation. And then if they violate their probation, they're revoked and then ordered to sentence their underlying jail term. And from her perspective, there were more of those cases recently. And some of our prosecutors are asking for a little bit more lengthy jail sentences in some cases, especially in domestic violence cases. And so it's things like that. But I will be happy to draft a memo and get that info to you.
That would be great. And I think, again, just a kind of full circle, right, to get everybody's perspective. And again, by no means, I think, is anybody advocating that we not take particularly domestic violence seriously, right? But I think we just need full context. One more question. It's slightly loaded. But when we went revenue neutral, was there any impact on your budget and on your ability to run your department?
Sure. So what you see is things that get pushed back, capital that gets pushed back, that quite frankly has already been pushed back many, many times in the past in a lot of cases. You see it throws off things like replacement, the cycle that you try to keep on vehicles. And, you know, it eventually, long-term, it's an issue because those things, you couldn't do them. And so instead of taking care of those needs, and we're not talking wishes, we're talking needs. Instead of taking care of those needs at the time in that budget year, you shove it off. Well, you already had stuff that you had pre-planned for those years. So now that stuff is shoved off. Or you do it, you leave it all at the same time, and the number you guys see is astronomical. And so 100%. Off the top of my head, I can't speak 100% to numbers.
Sure.
But I know there were some of the larger funds within the sheriff's office that could not be fully funded. And where we ended up at the end of the day, for instance, inmate housing, medical food, where we ended up at the end of the day, I can't tell you off the top of my head. But I know, you know, those are those instances where I've, you know, told the commission, those bills are coming across the street one way or another. And so when those funds don't get completely funded, there is a real possibility you get to the end of the month, if you will.
Sure.
And there's more month than there is money. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, understood. So it's kind of a delayed maintenance, delayed repairs, delayed capital improvements, and could lead to delay in the amount of services or medical or food that you have to offer. And for that year, okay, you go revenue neutral. And then the next year, which we literally dealt with this, we had to raise it by 2 mils just to catch up.
Right.
So that you can meet your constitutional responsibility.
And another example is any gains that you've made in equipment replacement or replacement of kitchen equipment, you know, things that you don't think about that we have to buy.
Yeah.
Now it throws that off, and the gains are no longer gains because that piece of equipment that you were going to replace the year that was revenue neutral, now you can't. And so it just throws everything off.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor. Thank you, Mayor.
And I do want to add one thing because I don't want municipal court mad at me. I'm not blaming municipal. I'm not saying what they're doing is wrong. Please do not take it that way. But I did want to explain where that number comes from. That's not my job. That's their job. And so I would not begin to tell them how to do it. Not my place. But I felt like that explanation needed to be given so at least you knew.
Commissioner Ramirez, I think we're done. Are we done with the questions to Sheriff Sopcich?
I'm not done.
Who's not done?
I was letting everybody ask Sheriff Sopcich.
Okay.
So,
Dice
thank-
has a question, then I'll go to
Okay.
you, Pacheco.
Sounds good.
Stites District 7. So the number that you're saying from 86 to $100
Mhm.
per night, if you don't mind, what was the number that you said that would be astronomical and everybody would have sticker shock?
About $260 a day.
And that's a charge that is currently being paid through
Another jurisdiction,
other jurisdictions in Kansas.
one,
Right? So
240, 260.
what would you say is the average across the state?
It varies.
Right.
I mean, it could go anywhere from 50 a day to 240, 260. So, I mean, no
Don't
one,
really know kind of an average if it's
No, because you're
150,
talking-
160, 170.
no, because you're talking, different size jurisdictions, different size jails. What plays into that is what are they paying their employees? What is their benefit package? All the things that are that account for the total cost to run the facility. It's different across the state and it varies so much, it'd be hard to say. I can tell you, Johnson County, in the last year raised theirs to $100 a day.
Okay. Is the primary, I would assume, the primary user of our county jail is Kansas City, Kansas?
Yes. For city charges, is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Or just in general?
I would say both. In general, it's probably the same for both.
It'd be the same for both.
Right.
Yeah.
So, here's where I would say on that. So you have a county need that is taxed across the whole county, right? For Bonner and for Edwardsville and small portion of Lake where I'm at. So, but they are, I don't know if the right word is disproportionately, right? So if KCK is the main driver and user, it almost seems to me that it would need to somehow be a formula that is worked out differently for the city that's utilizing the jail more than the other cities.
So the way and if Casey wants to chime in, the way the statute's written, it doesn't allow for that.
Okay.
It's a flat fee. We charge the same to everybody.
Highway Patrol,
No, because Highway Patrol is always going to be a county.
county charge.
Mhm.
Okay, got
Yep.
you.
Yeah.
The only reason that they would bring in somebody not on a county charge is if they pick somebody up that had a city charge, but also then would have a county charge on top of it, or they
Correct.
probably wouldn't be bringing them in.
Correct, right.
And so, thank you for that. So the 32 unfilled positions that you have, is it, and I think this goes back to what we had talked about several times about positions being funded and not really being realistic that you could ever really truly fill all of those, right? And then it's carried on. So I don't know what that would maybe look like. Is it realistic that you could hire 20? Is it realistic that you could hire, but the ability to know that you could hire the 32, right? And then, so it goes back to that amended budget situation that we're talking about. He comes to us mid-year and says, hey, I'm going to have this next class and I'll be at 20 and you guys have funded me at 20 and I've still got 12 positions to go. Is that then when we would then look at not a year later or at the end of the year or the next budget cycle to do an amended budget, right? So and because if he doesn't ever get to that 32, we've carried that on a line item is what I'm trying to get at. And he never really reached that number. And I'm not saying just the sheriff's department, that's across the board on all departments, right? So that's just a thought that I had on that, but you answered it and go ahead.
And what I would say is that's the point, the ability to.
Right.
If I got to 33, if I had 33 people show up, I couldn't hire the 33rd one because I'm not authorized for that one. But the ability to hire up to the 32, that's the point of my whole conversation. I have to be able to have that ability.
Do you have 32 academies? I mean, 32, are you able to have an academy of 32?
No, but to your point, realistically, we would never hire 32 at once. I mean, I'd love to, but no.
6, 8, 10, I'm guessing.
16 is about the most we can do at once.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. Pacheco, District 5. Those are all the questions I have for you, Sheriff. I
Okay.
appreciate it. And thank you.
Sorry to monopolize the time.
No, actually, I appreciate you very much. And it kind of is it's a launching pad for some points that I'd like to make that I think are incredibly important for our public to understand. So, really quick, Reggie, so what I saw was that there's about a $100 million,
I'm sorry,
excuse me,
Um,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sheriff Soptic, don't leave yet, because there was still one more question. I just needed to let Pacheco go ahead and go, okay?
Oh, you go ahead. No, go ahead.
Are you sure?
Please let her ask.
Okay,
No, it's-
Commissioner Hill has a
Sorry.
question for you.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm
Sheriff Soptic, I'm not long-winded, so it won't take me but a second to ask my couple questions. I'm not like a lot of other people.
I almost made it.
I'm not
Almost made it
calling
out.
no
It's all
names.
right.
Here's my quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
What percentage, one of the things you mentioned was your highest costs are the actual inmates.
Say that again.
That the driver of your costs are the actual inmates, those that you, maybe I misunderstood, those that you have in your facility.
No, so the driver to your increased cost on the city side is the length of time that the inmates are staying.
Okay,
At the end of the day, whether we have 300 or 500, we're going to operate the same. Now, when we have 300, we're going to use less food. We're going to use less commodities. But unless that number stayed low for a long period of time, we wouldn't see a savings. And since it fluctuates fluctuates, but stays fairly static, if you will, that doesn't really affect us, if that makes sense.
okay,
My point was your increase that you guys are seeing, the 709,000 or whatever it is, the driver for that is the
Okay.
length that the municipal inmates are staying.
okay. And I understand that.
Okay.
Here's my quick question.
Yeah.
For those who are homeless or have a mental disability that you house,
Mhm.
about what part of your cost or percentage of the inmates and of the cost for just running the facility?
Yeah, so I've been asked that before, and I don't know how to quantify that, to be
Okay.
honest, because it's just because somebody is homeless or just because they have some type of mental health issue doesn't necessarily affect the cost to house them. It's really the same no matter what. Now, there's other things that go into, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it, competency evaluations and those types of things, which can drive length of stay. But the treatment that we give the person that has a house and has a job and doesn't have some type of underlying issue, what it costs for that person versus the other person's essentially the same. So there could be an increased medical cost, for somebody that has medical issues, serious medical issues particularly, but that's really going to be the only thing that changes between those two people. Does that make sense?
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner.
Very good. Thank you again, Sheriff
Okay,
Shopik.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
So no, I think it was good that we got the sheriff up here to kind of discuss the realities. So one thing that I saw was about $100 million funding gap to basically what would be the true cost to like run every department the way it needs to be run based off of identified needs, not necessarily wants, but needs. That's about what we came up with, right? Okay. And so then I look at some of these things like, so some of those things would be that we could potentially cut, right? So like land bank mowing, building and maintenance mowing, new software, things like that. Those are technically discretionary spends, correct? Those are not required spends. Okay. Because I think oftentimes people get the word discretionary in their head and they think it must be like some like pet project or something like that. But if it's not a required spend, it's non-discretionary. And so anything that is actually a service to our community or that helps us run things more efficiently, that's not necessarily required, is non-discretionary spending. So I think that's very important for people to understand that when we talk about cuts, that's fine. And I'm always for efficiency and for cuts, but of what, right? And so we have to be able to name what are the things that we want to cut. We look at certain drivers that we say of increased costs from year to year. We look at cost of living adjustments for union and non-union. Those are contractual, correct? It's not like we can choose to not do that, I assume.
That is true, definitely with the unions.
Absolutely. Okay. And so then systems agreements, systems enhancements, or some of the, I think Commissioner Davis maybe hinted to that, but are some of those things contractual where, if we have to do some sort of agreement, I guess that's a contractual thing, or an enhancement. I'm assuming some of these companies that we have these contracts with want us to enhance the software at some point for us to be current on the most current software. If we don't do that, if we don't make that investment, those are essentially probably like a breach of a contract, I would imagine, at some point. Is that correct?
There would be some of them where it would be breach of contract, but there are some that are some additions also.
Okay,
we
that would
aren't
be
in
like
contract
optional
with.
on our end. And then that would be something that perhaps helps that software work more efficiently or do better work for us. So again, that's something that we could save money on, but I don't know that we would necessarily want to make the case that we would want to save money there because it helps us do the job that we're having it do for us. So jail billing, and I wrote these things down before I asked Sheriff Soptic up here, but the billing, he's telling us that basically he could probably do double and it would probably still be a little bit below, what other people in the state are doing. He's telling us that we have to be absolutely funded for the opportunity for him to be able to fill those positions if he has to. And we're currently not in a position where we're doing that. We're not getting as big of a bill from him as we probably would be able to. And so what I'm saying, guys, is that this is all basically a microcosm of the budget. We essentially heard from one department head just right now publicly say that he's operating on needs, not really on wants. And so when we talk about cutting things, I'm okay with having that discussion. I just need somebody to point out to me where you're going to cut, because there's just not a whole lot of discretionary spending that's truly like a pet project that either the department heads have identified as a need that maybe isn't a required spend, but is something that they are saying is needed in order to run their department. Or the other option is that it is something like parks that has its own budget, but that is something that also the community comes back every year and says, hey, Parks is doing a good job and we want to continue funding Parks. So these are identified either community needs or department head needs. And for us to sit there and say, well, the best way for us to fix our budget woes is to cut, that just inherently does not make sense to me from a standard of providing great service to people that we are required to spend. Commissioner Ramirez asked a great question. It was one of the questions that I was going to ask. How much is mandated by the state in our county budget? 58%. So what we're saying, guys, is that almost 60% of the budget is mandated by the state. And I think some estimates that I've seen out there is that maybe up to a third at the most, probably closer to a quarter of that is funded besides everything else we're on the hook for. That's the rosiest picture. So 60% of the budget on the county side is essentially something that you just cannot change no matter what you do. And the cost to do those things go up every single year as well. We heard Sheriff Soptic talk about the fact that those costs go up no matter what. The toilet paper goes up, the fuel. I've said this on and on. We said there's some places where we could cut. One place would be less fire apparatus. I do not agree with that move. I would never vote for that. Maybe less body armor, less cameras, removing sci-fi, not updating our sirens. We just had a storm in which we talked about, we want to make sure that our sirens are working. Sheriff staffing, once again, Workday, Excella, all of these things that take a lot of money to do, to the tune of, we're probably doing it a $100 million disservice to do it correctly. So my point is, once again, and I sound like a broken record because I say it every single time up here. The point is that in order to provide the services that are needed from our citizens and for our department heads who are very experienced and do great jobs, who win awards, we've got people doing a tremendous work for us here in the county and the city and these different departments, and they're telling us what are the needs. And for us to say, you know what, the way we're going to fix it is to cut, I just don't inherently agree with that. And here's the bottom line on cuts is, if we cut that fire apparatus this year out of the budget and we don't fund it, great. It's not part of the budget next year now. We don't get to imagine like, okay, let me just make up a number. That costs $200,000. I don't even know what it would cost. Okay, that's $200,000 that we're not planning for next year again anyway. So you don't get to just cut another 200,000. You don't get to cut another 100,000. You don't get to cut another million from a warming center. Once you've said you're done with it, you're done with it. It's not part of your future planning. That's how any budget works. So we could cut. We heard Sheriff Soptic talk about the fact that he cut to a point to where he got to just basically the most basic need. And we could get to that point, but my argument is that we don't want our sheriff or any department head coming up here to us or publicly saying that, you know what, hey man, we probably need like another 10 guys working at the jail every night, but we don't have them. Like, does the community want to hear that? I sure don't. And that goes with any other department, fire department, streets, anybody else, right? So we have to find efficiencies. We need to find duplications. Those are things that can definitely be done, and there's always room there. But the point is that the cost is going to continue to go up, and what we have to find inherently is just a better way to budget within what is truly capable of serving the public. The one gorilla in the room, we talked about it the other night, and we've talked about it so many times in our budget discussions, is our debt. And that is finally on the way down. I think, we're got to a point where we're at about 39% of the money that's collected in somebody's property tax bill on the city side, I believe. That's down to about 39%. It was 44%, I think, last year, something close to that. So about 5% less than the year before. That's really good. If your interest rate went up on an investment 5%, you'd be happy with it. So the fact that that's going down, that's a return on our money immediately. The faster we can do that, the debt plan that we have within this budget is really good. There's other parts of the budget that, again, this is no comment on our budget team. They're just within the constraints that we've given them that we voted on. But, the sooner we can pay down that credit card, the more room we're going to have in our budget to create property tax relief for our people, or at minimum, like I always say, be able to provide the services that people want at a better rate or a better type of service than what we're offering them currently based on our budget constraints. So I'm really glad that I got Sheriff Soptic out here because he's just basically a microcosm of all the other departments, and you put them all together and it's the exact same equation for every department that we have. So thank you for letting me take extra time. I was glad everybody else got a chance to ask the sheriff questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions. I'll be quick as possible. My first one is kind of based off county budget, based off what we many of us talked about, mandated departments. This question is for legal. And I'm sure Commissioner Crump could help answer this question too. For legalese, what's the difference between may and shall?
Shall means you're directed to do it, and may means that you have the option.
Okay,
That
and
you
so
can.
of those statutes that you have read about the mandated departments,
Yes.
does it say we may fund them or they shall be funded?
So the mandated requirements, and I've just pulled the memo up, I can go through all of them, but they require, or they give us the duty or use the word shall fund.
Okay, and that
And
says
then
we have to.
Yes, and then that sometimes, and they differ with the degree of specificity to which we have to do that.
Okay, thank you. The other couple questions I have are for budget. For in this budget for the 2027 proposed, what is the delinquency rate that we have added to it?
6%.
6%. Do we, and I know I asked this last week, and I don't know if you have been able to get that information. What was the actual delinquency rate for the last tax year?
Shelley Kniven, CFO. We're doing a deep dive into that because it's a good question. But based on our revenue projections related to property taxes, in particular, the subset, that is the 6% that's on the real estate side only, not motor vehicle side, not personal property. The 6%, we're hitting those targets. We're not seeing that we're getting a lot more property tax because people aren't paying, or are paying rather, and the delinquencies are down. So, but we are doing a deep dive on that right now. It's one of the, frankly, limitations of our system, our treasury system, is it's not easy to pull that data out. But we have heard that the request, and we're working on that. I've got a team working on that right away.
Okay, thank you. That I think is just to have good information to have. As been said, as I said in the past commissioner has always said, and I have agreed to a degree, we are too conservative with how we do our projections and how we make our budget. And so I think just having that delinquency rate, that information would be very helpful. For overall budget, for my thoughts, on the city side, I would support just taking the evaluation, no mill increase. On the city side, I'm sure we can find efficiencies, duplications to equal that $2 million. The county side, on the other hand, I would support the 1 mill. Again, 58, almost 60% of the budget is state mandated. And it's much harder for us to find things to be able to reduce or cut that stays away from those mandated offices. One more question for legal. What are the ramifications if we don't, in the eyes of, let's say, the sheriff, if we don't fully fund, in his eyes, enough of his department? What are the ramifications for us?
He has the right to go to district court and file a lawsuit.
So if we don't fully fund his department, he has the right to sue us. And that's more costs on us, more costs on the city, more costs on the citizens. So that is where I stand. Take the full evaluation on the city and take the mill on the county. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna end with this question. When we were in the last session and we talked about, if we had to cut and ask I made the statement about, because the community was against, right, the increase, the mill. I'm personally not in favor of adding the mill because people are very concerned about the tax increase, property tax increase. I feel the pain, feel my pain. But when I made the statement of, well, that means we'd have to cut, and it kind of bothered me that people were okay with that because they don't really understand. I said, well, that would mean services and that would mean people. So I want to ask this question: if, or have we considered like a furlough of a 1 day out of a year? What would that cost be in personnel?
I would have to bring that cost back. It's not anything that we've considered in this budget.
We done it in the past? We've done it in the past?
Yeah, during COVID, we definitely had furloughs, and we definitely had furloughs during the Great Recession also.
How many days was that?
It seemed like I remember like in the Great Recession, it could have been like 6 days in an annually or so. 15? Okay. Debbie Johnson, our deputy CFO, was saying it
And
was
then
15.
COVID, you did it for how many days?
I think it was around 2 weeks, I feel like,
2
during
weeks?
COVID. And but there was state funding that ended up kind of backfilling that during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd say the challenge with a furlough is it is de facto a decrease in compensation for employees. So baked into the 2027 budget is a 3% increase for many of our unions and our non-unions. A furlough essentially takes that down a notch on the non-union side. I think you all can correct me if I get this wrong, but I think it was much more challenging on the union side for furloughs than it was on non-union side. Reggie, or did we do both?
I don't remember non-union. I know non-union did furloughs. I don't particularly remember. I know there were some unions that did not take the furlough and they ended up having to lay some people off. I do recall that.
Another point to consider in terms of furloughs is that there's going to be, take the sheriff, for example, minimum staffing in terms of jails that we can't furlough. Fire department, we can't furlough. The firefighters on the line, the police officers on the line. So and if you remember some of those pie charts that showed public safety is such a huge part of our budget in terms of the personnel cost and the budget in total. That would reduce what the impact of that might be, but we could certainly do, of the areas that you could furlough, what could be we could run those numbers.
Well, but that wouldn't be fair for people who are non-union. I mean, if we did it, I think it should be every employee be willing, and that includes elected. We all be willing to give up 1 day or 2 days for the sake of the budget so that we don't have to increase property tax and departments still get all the funding they need. And people keep their jobs. The only problem that I have with the budget is that whatever you don't go outside the budget if you don't have the revenue. So whatever the revenue is, the budget should be in line with what comes in. And we are budgeting past what we bring in. It just appears that way, which is why the community thinks we spend too much. And which is why, it's just a domino effect. So we have to figure this out. And I mean, I understand the positions. When it comes to the county, I get it for sure. But when it comes to the city, we've got to figure out what it is we're spending on. And I really would love to see just a zero-based balance where whatever your revenue dollar is, your budget is, your expense is too, and we just stick to that and we be disciplined to it. And if we get additional revenue, then we put it back in the fund balance, or we pay debt. But I feel like we need to be on some kind of discipline plan like that. But I get it. I understand. So there has to be some other alternative in how we can balance this, or please come to the table with some revenue growth strategies, because I really don't see a lot of that in the plan. And that's for the county administrator and department heads to do. Looking at each of your departments and how can you increase revenue, or where can you streamline so that there's a savings. So If we don't have any other questions, Reggie and your team, thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Sorry, I would hate for us to get to next week and then it feels like we've kind of gone nowhere. And so I guess what direction does staff need from us so that on September 3rd, we're able to arrive at some sort of direction for the budget? That's my question, because we can leave out of here, but it's still kind of clear as mud. As we can say cut the mill, fine. Are we saying no to these safer positions? Are we saying no to the performance management? Are we saying no to the unhoused coordinator? Like what part of the budget absorbs that is the question. And it would be great to figure that out now, or at least have an idea now and not wait until the 3rd and then it's like, oh well.
Well, I mean, I feel like we have two options. I mean, we either go for the proposed with the mill increase or not for city and county. I mean, that's basically what it is. And if you don't go with, if you go the route without the mill, then that means you have to take money out the fund balance to meet for them to go over budget.
For both the city and the county?
Yep. Or you can vote one way for city and then vote one way for county. So like, for example, Commissioner Ramirez, it sounds to me like whatever they're proposing for without a mill increase for city, it would be without, but then for the county, you want to vote for increasing the mill. But there's two options on the table for city and county, with the mill or without it.
Okay. I just
Or
wasn't
you don't,
sure.
or you don't approve the overage of expenses. You don't approve the amended 2026 budget. You got that option too. Dr. Kneven.
So to synthesize what the decision points are.
Yep.
We need direction, consensus on a mill or no mill for the city and the county. We would like direction from you all on, we've included the DMV fee. $5 is administrative, you would be approving $3. And that would then give us the parameters of what's the dollar value that we're shooting for. And to your point, Mayor, one option is that you dip into the fund balance, but part of the point of tonight's presentation was there are other things that you could not fund next year. If you didn't have the mill levy, then we need to go through and unfund certain things. And so there was things within the budget, there was additions to the budget, or you could dip into fund balance. So it's really starting maybe with, do we have some consensus on whether or not there's the desire to do the mill and the fee? Because those are what projected our revenues, and then we've at least got a target of where the consensus is of what we need to bring back in terms of more, or have more discussion with you all on what are the reductions that we would make.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
I'm hearing everything everyone has to say, and I'm interested in like preserving the things that we're saying we need, but maybe at just a little bit lesser dollar amount. And I don't know if that's feasible, but when we look at city-only programs and we say they're non-mandated, to Dr. Pacheco's point, well, maybe we just look at taking them down a little bit to arrive at some dollar amount. And I see that they total 5.66 million. So I don't know, how much reducing of these particular items you could do that would be meaningful to a mill rate. But that's just one thing I've been thinking about, especially as it relates to the to the city side of the budget. Just a suggestion or something for the table to Commissioner Davis's point, what will we not do? I just contemplate, can we do just a little bit less of multiple things so that, again, kind of to the furlough discussion, all the programs that the departments have come to us and said they need things for can be funded at a level, maybe just not funded at 100%. Just a thought.
County Administrator?
I think just another option too is not an all or nothing on the mill. So, I mean, you all have the ability to do a half, a quarter. You could identify that there are some of these that you see as priorities and you want to leave in, and others that you identify as not a priority at this time and you want to take out to get kind of to the net number that you all are looking for on both the city and the county side. That's what we tried to tee up with the presentation and then the supplemental materials, as well as, here are the kind of the puts and takes on the budget, and, and give you all the information to identify where you want to place priority and where you don't.
Well, I mean, the amended 2026 needs 3.3 million, because that's what you're going to take out of fund balance. So you forecasted 183 million in revenue, but the total expenses are at 187. So what in there can we take out? I don't know. Then the 2027 budget, and this is on the no additional mill, 1.9 million. Can we find what that is and can reduce it where you don't have to take out of the mill? I mean, where you don't have to take out of the fund balance?
Yeah, that next page, Mayor, with the page 15 lays out for the 27 budget.
So this is where we need to look at taking out.
Yeah, so on the left side of that, you see the reduction options totaling $2 million. So what is over here on the right kind of details out and what those are. So, if you chose not to fund the economic development or the intergovernmental grants, the performance measures, the unhoused coordinator, reducing capital investments, reducing these other areas, that gets you to the $2 million on the city side.
Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. It's late. So, do you want us to go through here and tell you what we want to take out?
I think we've heard different opinions, and maybe if you start with what's the consensus on the mill for the city, consensus for the mill on the county, because some have said they're for it, some have said they're against it. And then for the DMV fee, because that would be a revenue gap we would need to make up as well. We've built that in. So, and then, then we've got our target number. Then we start going through these individual items either tonight or next week to start figuring out. You don't have to do everything that was on the list that Alan was just pointing out that Reggie went through. They've provided you options that well exceed what you would need in terms of not doing a mill, but there are real consequences. And so that's a policy decision for you all. But maybe first we need to know what is our revenue gap that you're trying to meet before you go through and look at what expenses you would cut. Unless you sense, Mayor, that there is consensus to not do the mill on either side.
I don't know what the consensus is. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we may just have to do a straw poll on the city side and the county side of if you want a mill or not a mill. I think that we're gonna have to go that route to get the consensus. I don't know.
Commissioner Davis.
Can we put the slide up just so folks know what we're talking about?
What did you say?
Can we put the slide up just so folks know what we're talking about for slide 15? know sometimes folks are like, what, what are we referencing? But I do think it's very, very important, again, that we make it very, very clear what is being considered to be cut. So we have the cold weather shelter, unhoused coordinator, to performance measures position, intergovernmental position. Was the grant writer included in the intergovernmental position? Does anyone know, Mr. Lindsay?
So there's an intergovernmental office that we would be creating. There'd be a manager and then there'd be a grant writer. So there's two different positions.
Gotcha. So we would basically cut the possibility of getting a grant writer. For economic development, there was a small business position. What was the other position?
There was a management analyst position to kind of help in that office with deal flow and other.
Gotcha. So management analyst position, and then a small business position, and then SAFER. So we cut this. What happens to those grant funded positions and those firefighters?
So what would happen here is we originally proposed 12 positions. So we would take it down to 9 positions. And that would be the savings from there. So with SAFER, we were able to put most of the costs over in the EMS fund.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount that we were picking up in the city general fund was this $383,000. So we do away with the $383,000 and fund 3 less positions to get a savings of $383,000.
So those 3 firefighters that are grant funded, next year they basically would not have, like, there wouldn't be dollars available for their position.
That is correct, but we would be able to provide the service because we'd had overtime built in, and then also we're looking for other efficiencies.
Gotcha. So it would be a shrinkage of that, or we wouldn't be able to fund those firefighters. So again, I would say if it for me, if the rub is no mill increase for the city, then I would offer maybe we consider looking at the fund balance, just because it is a little bit healthier. I think for the county, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult to cut. Can we go to the page of the county? What is that, 20? Is it 24?
24.
Page, slide 24?
Yes.
Gotcha. So sheriff staffing, if the 666,000's not there, what are we legally
So
liable?
what this would be doing is, we have 6 positions that are frozen, that we would have been unfreezing with this $660,000. And that basically brings us up to like the same, amount that the sheriff feels that if he needs to fill all his positions, we're 6 short in our budget that are funded right now.
So if we cut this, the sheriff sues us, the sheriff prevails, we would just have to take this out of the fund balance? What would happen in that scenario?
That would probably be the case, yes.
Gotcha. So that 660,000 is not it's just a question of where the money's going to come from. It's not, I mean, I think that's the most candid I've ever seen our sheriff be in my 5 years. I think if we do not do this, it's not a question of whether or not the county pays for it. It's a question of how. Is it going to be an additional mill, or are we taking it out of the fund balance? And the fund balance is already stretched thin as is. Sirens. Yeah, I for us to say no to that, that's not a worthy investment given the current context. Again, I think some of this is really breaking down to the community that here's where the dollars are going and here's how it's going to improve their lives, and that these are the investments that we're wanting to make. I don't really see anything on here that I would consider to be a slush fund, right? Could we delay some of those positions that are not the sheriff, sure, those needs are still there. We've been asking for a grant writer for Lord knows how long, and those positions could pay for themselves. So all I'm saying again, I just find it hard. I would probably be closer to Commissioner Ramirez of, for the city side, no mill increase, take out of the fund balance. For the county, I would say we would go forward and fund this. All of those are needs. Land bank operations, the mowing disparity that's happened in the Northeast, that would be my position, is take out of the fund balance for the city and go with the 1 mill for the county. Thank you, Mayor.
So again, looking at slide 14 on the city side, what you've put in front of us on slide 14 are potential things to not pay for. Suggestions of things to not pay for. But if you look at, sorry, slide 15 is the suggestions of things to not pay for. Slide 14 is the city general fund funded at the current proposed 27 budget, 192 million. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly and stating it correctly. 10% of that is almost the full mill. Correct? We're looking for 2 million. So we could further discuss your suggestions on cutting entire big chunks of things we would not do, or we could discuss 10% of every single thing gets us to almost that full mill. Just putting it on the table. I just don't think, I appreciate the suggestions. I just don't think they're the only answer. And I think that's on us.
And just for clarity, Commissioner, your point's well taken, but it's not 10%. I believe that's 1%. 1.9 of 191
Oh,
million.
1%. Oh, even better.
Well, it's
So-
hard to get to that 1%.
It is, but
That is the
again,
discussion to have.
thank you very-
Absolutely. Oh,
thank
that's
you very
okay.
much. You're right. 10% would be 19 million. So everybody lives with a little bit less and we get to our mill. Just a thought.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. So I understand the premise, Commissioner Bynum. The only problem is that, here's the problem that I see, and maybe the financial folks can help me understand it. Maybe I'm not thinking of it correctly, but it's like, I just think of something simple. So a fire truck costs what a fire truck costs. If you say you drop everybody's budget, okay, so by whatever 1.9%, yes, they would do with a little bit without, and I'm not saying this just fire department or whatever, but any department, you can pick a thing. Yes, they would have to live with a little bit less, but the cost is the cost. And so when our departments are asking for a budget, it's because this is the cost that they are assuming is what it's going to be. So everybody living with a little bit less is fine in theory, but then in practice, it becomes like, well, but that means we can't fund this really major thing that we need. Or we have to perhaps cut a position in this particular department in order to meet that. So then we put it upon those departments. And this is what they've told us we need. And to be fair, I mean, and I don't mind being the one to say it. I mean, this isn't an overspending problem. This is an underspending. We just sat here and listened to the sheriff talk about how we're operating at a basic level in the sheriff's department. He's probably doing as a frugal of a job as he possibly can. It's just a matter of nobody wants to increase taxes. But the cost of doing the things that we are tasked to do continues to rise. And the idea of we're just going to, okay, so if we have a department do a little bit less for this year, just to save a little bit for taxes this year, what are we going to do next year? It's not a long-term sustainable plan. I understand the need for it. I will say this, my preference would be honestly the mill on both sides because of my basic premise that I don't think we're overspending, we're actually underspending. When people look at the math with logic and not always with emotion, we are underspending for the services that we are tasked to provide. So I'm in favor of a mill and a mill because I know what we have to provide to the people and what the people ask for of us and what they expect of us. And one thing I will not budge on is if we get to a point where we say the only thing I could go for is no mill on the city, if we dip into the fund balance, then I want to know that we're dipping into the fund balance and we're not affecting public safety or major infrastructure departments. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Well, I want to say this because I'm confused. And the thing that bothers me again is there was I don't know, $1 million, $2 million error, number one. The expenditures that came up that exceeded the budget that we weren't aware of, number two. And yeah, we need to put some policies in place, but we don't have them in place. And so I just don't understand why we're okay with our revenue is a certain amount, but our expenses are exceeding. We can't keep taking out of the fund balance. That's not sustainable either. I get that we cost our costs, but at one point are we, and maybe we figure this out for 2028, because it's too late right now, but because we need to do for 27. I'm sounding like a broken record too. I'm gonna shut up. Commissioner Bynum.
Thanks. I appreciate Commissioner Pacheco's point. I sincerely do. And I think maybe there's a mixture in there. Reggie, how long have you been here at the Unified Government? 20 years?
19.
I was close. So how many times has a county administrator said to you and your team, find X% every department? Because I know that's happened in the past.
It definitely happens.
It happens.
I can't say I remember how many times, but.
More
it
than
happens.
twice.
Yes.
It happens. And it's feasible and doable. And when departments are told, I gotta find 5%, they
So
find
one thing,
5%.
it does definitely hit smaller departments harder.
Right,
when
it
you
does.
do
No
across-
doubt about
when
it.
You do across.
No doubt about
You
it.
do
But
get.
I just suggest perhaps, and he's right, fire trucks cost what they cost, and he's right about that. And certain of our budgeted expenses are fixed and aren't going to be able to be changed. But again, we've got a budget that includes new items that the departments have come to us and come to the administrator and asked for. And I submit we can find $2 million across all the departments, all the new proposed expenditures, deal with the costs that cannot change because, as Dr. Pacheco says, things cost what they cost. But there are other things that, again, within those departments that could cost less. And that's just a fact. You do that at home. Everybody does. So I'm gonna buy fewer groceries, whatever the item is. When you're dealing with a constraint, I don't get to choose how much my light bill is. but I'm gonna make a choice about other things I spend my money on. And that's all I'm trying to put forward is it's not a cut and dried solution, but I do also want to say I'm very tired and I want, I want to go home. So
Well, stop asking questions. Okay. I'll give you an example of what I don't understand. And I'm just gonna put it out there, no disrespect. Acela software. Acela doesn't do what we need to do, but we're gonna spend almost $500,000 when we really need to get a new system. I'd rather you just put it in, we need new software technology costs than for us to put $469,000 into a program we're gonna dump in a year. So for me, that's a waste. Just keep the system you got until you're ready to buy a new one. Let's not put it in that. So that's an example I'm just giving that of that 2 million is down to 1.5. And that's just an example. Now, whether it's the right thing to do, that's up to you guys. I'm gonna leave that up to you, but I agree with Commissioner Bynum. Can we at least try to find, you guys decide where that 2 million is, and then you tell us. Because if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you. And I'll just give you an example of one. But if that's not the right choice, okay, then tell us what's right. I just don't want us to have to tell the community we gotta tax them again when I am aware of areas where we need to rethink how we're gonna spend it. I'm not saying that's in every department. Do we have any other questions or comments?
What
need
would
a-
we want to do on the county side? So there's,
Well, it sounds to me like on the county side, they're okay with raising the mill. Does anybody disagree? You know, you always say no. It's not unanimous, but maybe county, you just come back with proposed mill. Commissioner Bynum.
sorry, just one more thing. Maybe on the city side, it's a combination of fund balance and small reductions across a variety. Maybe there's a combination to reach the mill, just a suggestion. And I'll stop because I really am tired.
Commissioner Kump.
Mayor, come to at large. I don't want to raise the mill on the county or city side. I'd like to look at where we can reduce some spending on non-mandated programs, spending over $11 million a year there. And then on some of the proposed budget asks from departments. I just wanted to, if you're asking for opinions.
Yep. I mean, there's always, you don't have to raise the mill, but just take the money out of reserve, the fund balance. I mean, you can, but they're saying not on the county though. It's too small. So county struggles. Okay, well, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
It's been
Bynum, second.
moved by Pacheco and second by Bynum. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Sights.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Howard.
uh,
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.
Wow. Hey.
thanks for staying.